As the court pleases, my lord, we confirm our appearance on behalf of the state. My lord, I notice that accused number 2 is not before court as yet.
Is it in court or he's not in court?
He's not in court.
So he hasn't come to court?
It seems so, my lord. He's not arrived, my lord. And I don't see members of the investigating team. I'm informed, my lord, that he's on his way.
Well, the person who's bringing him is not here.
No, my lord.
And the commissioner is here.
My lord, I can confirm Commissioner Koza is before court.
Okay. Just ask if he came with the rules. I just forgot to mention it. This correctional services rules, the book. Okay, are we all together now?
Accused number 2 is now before court.
Okay.
Confirm our appearance on behalf of the state. Please, the court, my lord.
I am confirming my appearance on behalf of Mr. Sibiya and Mr. Mnube.
As the court pleases, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Mpanzi.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. Thank you.
The court pleases, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Ntuli.
Yeah, Mr. Nisi, can you start about what we are about today? The British client has complaints against the head of the prisons, of the prison.
That is so, my lord. That was what was raised yesterday, but then the court took the matter further by instructing that Mr. Koza should avail himself today. I have seen him here.
Yeah, right. But he doesn't know what we said, what was said yesterday. So he must hear exactly what you said through the instructions you received from your client. And then
As it is the court, my lord, I think they have been briefed about what happened at court because before I could...
Can we start, please? Can we start like we started yesterday? Because I see Mr. Koza, is it?
As it is the court, my lord.
Here. He must hear it for himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
May I, just before I repeat what I've said yesterday,
Yeah.
in the leave of court, my lord, indicate that there's a report that has been prepared by what appears to be a correctional services legal officer. I haven't gone through the report as yet because I only became aware of it 5 minutes before I could leave the office. I just printed it. I did not go through it, my lord. So I don't know whether this report serves to address the issues that have been raised yesterday or is talking about something else.
Who wrote the report? Sorry, who wrote the report?
I think I don't know whether the entirety of the report it's been prepared by, I think it's Miss Nesemari. I think she's a lady. Miss N. Nesemari.
Who is it?
Nesemari. She's a legal manager, legal services at Hoshimampuru.
How does it start, that letter? It's addressed to whom?
It says confidential. It says report to the area commissioner regarding complaints raised in court by inmates appearing in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Hoshimampuru, the second management area, Gauteng region, and then it goes on and on. It talks about case studies, my lord. But as I'm saying, I don't know what the content of this report is, my lord. So, but
The head of the prison are you aware of it, sir? They say there's a report. I just heard now about the report.
I'm aware, my lord, about the report.
It's addressed to whom?
It is addressed to me.
To you.
Is after my instruction on the allegations that were made yesterday to
Oh, I see.
Yes, and I asked our leaders to prepare the report to me.
To you. So you're going to read it.
I'm going to talk to it, not read it, talk to it.
Talk to it. So you don't want Mr. Nisi to repeat what he said in court.
Just to check whether I'm relevant to what, because what I prepared, it was the information I received from Advocate Baroi. So if he can repeat that so that I can check whether I'm relevant and I had covered what he said yesterday. I appreciate it.
And you don't have an objection to Mr. Nisi saying it in open court?
Seeing,
What he said yesterday?
I don't have a problem just for
Okay.
the purpose of transparency and
Yeah, fine.
peace.
Okay. So the report, as you say, reports about what allegedly happened yesterday.
The report was prepared yesterday after I was called by Advocate Baroi
Yeah.
about what was presented in court yesterday.
Right, fine.
As allegations that it's a deterrent to the progress of this court.
Okay.
And as a result of that, I had called the relevant stakeholders within our facility to be able to give me proper information and reliable and accurate information that I can be able to present, because I was invited to the court by Advocate that I am here today by telephone.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Minister, are you available to tell us your instructions concerning yesterday?
as it is the court, my lord, a cursory look at the report after the purpose has been outlined in the background. I think it also mentions allegations of solitary confinement, which is a point that was raised yesterday. There's a paragraph that deals with lack of warm or hot water. There's a paragraph that addresses access to telephones, and there is also a paragraph that deals with access to banking services. I think this relates to...
How many pages is that report?
Excuse me, madam.
How many pages?
It has got... I think when I printed it, it appeared as if it had 21 pages. There are annexures attached to the report as well, madam. 21 pages, all in all. However, I'm noting, my lord, without saying anything more to it, the fact that the ablution system has not been included in the report. The toilet system, the ablution system, I think it's a point that was missed. I don't know if that point is there in other pages as well, but a cursory look at it, it misses that point, my lord. So in essence, I think the report that Mr. Koza got from Advocate Baroi, except for what I've said, except for the ablution point, probably it covers all those points which have been raised, my lord. I don't know whether it does that succinctly, because, for instance, under hot water, we've got the issue that this has been going on for a very long time. And lights as well have not been mentioned here. The ablution, the toilet system that is not functioning properly is also not being mentioned here, my lord. So I think the best thing, my lord, is just to repeat what I the instruction that I got from Mr.
Yeah, that's what,
yesterday.
that's what I was suggesting. So that
Thank
if
you,
there's
madam.
anything which is not covered in that report,
Yes,
you can note it.
as it please the court, my lord.
Is that okay to proceed that way, Mr. Khoza?
My lord, it's okay.
Okay, thanks, yeah. Okay, let's hear Mr. Nisi then.
In the process, my lord, I will request an indulgence for Mr. Swear to remind me certain of the items because,
No problem.
as it please the court.
No problem.
As it please the court, my lord, and thank you for indulgence. Indeed, my lord, he mentioned first point it's about the toilet, wherein he said that the ablution system is not working properly. In other words, it's not flushing. So he will go to the toilet, relieve himself. And yesterday I used the term yesterday's food. And the waste will remain there for quite some time. And because of the fact that he's staying in what is called a condemned cell, it's that which I refer to as a solitary confinement. It's a very restricted area, my lord. I don't know how big that area is, but he says it's a very small area. By virtue of the fact that the toilet are not working, so he's got to live in an inhuman condition. I can imagine staying in a toilet that is not flushing. Each time you go relieve yourself there, then you've got to stay with whatever that you wanted to take out of your body, but now stay with it physically, my lord. I don't know whether that is human, but from where I'm standing, it's a gross violation of human integrity, my lord. But that's the first point relating to the toilets. And then lights, he says in that very same place that is calling condemned cell, that I refer to as a solitary confinement place, he says there are no lights. It's just dark from morning to sunset. From sunset to sunrise, it's a 24-hour thing. That affects the fact that he can't read, there's no radio, there's no nothing, my lord. And the effects of there being no lights are so enormous that he's been tortured, my lord. He says he's just a moving corpse. I mean, to use his words, he's just a moving corpse, because he can't even concentrate even here at court when he's supposed to be applying his mind to what is happening here at court, my lord. water, this is hot water. He says this problem, and this is what we spoke about yesterday, and this was also confirmed by Mr. Qebezane, who is it now? Qebengu. It was confirmed by Mr. Qebengu that the issue of cold water has been there for some time because the system there is broken or whatever that is happening with the system a lot. But importantly, Mr. Qebengu said, when inmates do not come to court or when prisoners do not come to court, they are using cold water to bath. They only have a limited access to hot water when they come to court. And then I asked him, Mr. Qebengu, why are you not allowing people to continue using hot water even when they do not come to court? I think he was in 6s and 7s. I can't remember what was his answer is. But the point that I'm trying to bring, the point that I'm bringing to court, my lord, is that this is not just a speculative hypothesis from Mr. Sibiya. This was confirmed by a member from Hoshimampuru Correctional Service, who was Mr. Qebengu, who said that inmates are using cold water when they do not come to court. Well, he tried to justify it by saying that this is not an exceptional case to Mr. Sibiya, so it's everybody that is using cold water. He even considered that that is inhuman, very inhuman, actually, to specifically use his words. He said that was very inhuman, a degrading way of treating people that are supposed to be enjoying certain rights as human beings. He considered that indeed this is very inhuman. However, he said the system is being worked upon so that it gets corrected, but when it has not been corrected, there won't be any alternative. They just have to continue using cold water. What does that do to Mr. Sibiya, my lord, when he is supposed to come and attend a trial of such a magnitude? The other time when we deal with this point, he was actually sick. He had flu. So I'm just wondering, and this is what I brought to the attention of the court, my lord, that I'm just wondering if in the circumstances that have been considered by Mr. Qebengu, would that not be a tantamount to him having an unfair trial if the trial were to proceed in the circumstances that were actually sketched out by Mr. Qebengu? I don't
understand that last one.
I don't
That
know
is
if
having an unfair trial.
my lord,
That is having an unfair trial.
in the broader analysis of the concessions that were made by Mr. Qebengu, would it not be argued that certain quotas that Mr. Sibiya did not enjoy a fair trial, my lord? Thank you, my lord. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if...
Sorry, let Mr. Misi finish first.
Oh, okay.
Then you will interpret.
Thank you, my lord. That was just but the issue relating to the hot water. And this, I think, was confirmed by Mr. Mapisa, who's accused number 4, but his counsel will come in and ratify what I'm saying if there's a need, my lord. And accused number 5 as well. His counsel will come and ratify that if there's a need. Mr. Sibiya also informed the court through me yesterday that the telephones were not working, but he's informing me now that apparently yesterday when they went back to the prison, he found out that the telephone has been fixed, but before he made that complaint yesterday, they've not been working, such that he would have had no opportunity or the leverage to call his family, etc., 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 my lord. So basically that is the issue, my lord, that was brought to the attention of the court yesterday, which necessitated the court requesting that Mr. Koza should come as the head of the prison, Gauteng region, as the area manager, Gauteng region, to come and shed light on on what Mr. Sibiya has raised as concerns, which are very objective concerns, my lord. Thank you. Briefly, that is what happened yesterday. It's just a summation of what happened yesterday.
Anything you want to add, Mr. Ramasapedi?
As it pleases the court, my lord, whilst I agree with Mr. Mnisi that the issues that are raised and that are addressed in this report, they are universal to all the accused persons before court. Although Mr. Ntanzi in particular, my lord, is not in the CMEX unit, he is housed in the remanded detainees facility at the center. However, the challenges that are mentioned here, I see throughout the report when I casually look at it that they are universal. The access to hot water and some measures are mentioned that kettles are used, but it's not for all of them, my lord, if I may say. But what I also raised on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi, I see it's addressed at paragraph 6 of the report, which pertains to access to banking services, my lord. I see that they say ABSA was contacted to assist specifically Mr. Ntanzi and Mr. Mngube. I think Mr. Mngube, according to the report, was assisted, but Mr. Ntanzi, they say, according to the report, refused to be assisted by ABSA, and I'll address that, my lord. During this, that's what the report says.
Oh, it's Mr. Ntanzi himself.
Yes, that's what the report says. They say Mr. Ntanzi
refused to be assisted by the bank.
By ABSA in particular.
Fine.
But the issue is this, my lord, and it's further addressed to say Mr. Ntanzi said he wants to be assisted by Standard Bank or by Capitec. Because you'll remember, my lord, throughout this trial, especially when we were dealing with the bank records of the accused.
Are these different banks, Mr.
Sorry, my lord.
Are these different banks? Capitec, I thought it's a different bank. Standard Bank, I thought it's a different bank. So we're talking about 3 banks.
I've explained ABSA, my lord. According to them, they say ABSA.
Yeah, ABSA.
Mr. Ntanzi personal, they say he refused. Now I'm addressing on Standard Bank and Capitec because, my lord, Mr. Ntanzi holds accounts with both Standard Bank and Capitec Bank. So he wanted Standard Bank to be activated so that the monies that I talked about, the pension fund monies, can be deposited in that account and use his sister as a beneficiary to receive those monies for the family. And Capitec, because of this matter, my lord, Capitec is frozen, and it's addressed here, and I'll tell the court and elaborate on that, my lord. At the beginning of the year, I wrote a letter to Capitec Bank under my letterhead with a power of attorney signed by Mr. Ntanzi, effected by Mr. Ntanzi, in order to get assistance regarding that issue that rose in this court regarding the transactions between the 25th and 30th of October 2014. And we got a response from Capitec saying they can't deal with lawyers, even if I've got a power of attorney. They want to speak to Mr. Ntanzi directly. I made arrangements with Mr. Matlala, who's a correctional officer at Kosimampuru. And indeed, Mr. Ntanzi was contacted by an agent from Cape Town, from Capitec Bank, who said to Mr. Ntanzi, and some of these issues, my lord, they impinge on the current trial. Hence, I'm not sure whether I should raise them, but this is what transpired. The agent told Mr. Ntanzi, in the presence of Mr. Matlala, that your account has been seized by ABSA because since your arrest, there's been suspicious transactions on your account. So I cannot assist you. They only sent him a 2-page bank statement that Mr. Ntanzi was told to give to me, and he gave to me. And they also gave me a number, and I've wrote it down here, to say, phone this person on 021-809-4231 so that we can discuss the mess that is your account with Capitec. And when I found this, I've phoned this number numerous times, it does not go on. And the person that phoned Mr. Ntanzi, unfortunately, did not want to reveal his name. I also asked Mr. Matlala at the center, who called Ntanzi, because you verified that this is Ntanzi, he's detained in your center. So who called Ntanzi from Capitec, who left this Capitec telephone numbers and gave us this bank statement. To date, we don't know the identity of that person, my lord. With regard to Standard Bank, my lord, back in 2023, a sheriff of court attended this court and asked me privately in front of Mr. Ntanzi that Standard Bank has asked to close Mr. Ntanzi's bank account simply because he's a suspect and an accused person in this matter. Whether or not he's guilty or not is not their issue. Then I said to the sheriff, we'll sign the document, but I don't know what the legal effect of. I know of so many sentenced prisoners, awaiting trial prisoners that they hold bank accounts with several banking institutions in South Africa. Why is Mr. Ntanzi simply singled out for closure of his account simply because of this case, man? We've never had any other response from Standard Bank in respect to my response there too. So we don't know whether that Standard Bank is still frozen. Hence he says, I want assistance to activate that. If it's closed, I want a response that it is closed. Then I can open another account. But simply to say he refused ABSA, he was saying I've got an account with ABSA and Standard Bank, and both are I'm not sure what's happening. I don't want to use words that tomorrow I'm facing lawsuits from ABSA and Standard Bank. So that is the issue with respect to why he said, I then approached Mr. Koza or Mr. Maswanganyi for them to assist me to be taken to a bank, which is the bank where I hold an account, which is Standard Bank, to activate that account so that I can receive the money. That's the court process.
Okay.
So, if I may approach
Anything to add, Mr. Momalo?
My colleagues have canvassed. Yeah, they've canvassed on this aspect, but my emphasis is on two issues: the issue of cold water. Yeah. My client is saying that the status quo hasn't changed ever since. Yeah, the issue of cold water and adequate access to or restricted access to telephone calls. Those are the two.
Okay.
Those are the two aspects, my lord, that I want to emphasize.
Anything
Thank you.
else?
So, my lord, to interject before Advocate Mshololo addresses the court, my lord. My lord, the instruction that I get from Mr. Ntanzi is that it's incorrect to say he refused ABSA assistance. ABSA has never come to him. And he says the procedure at prison, my lord, if you need anything to be done for you, you request a written request, then it will be forwarded through protocol to the relevant prison officer that must assist you. He says he's been writing requests via Mr. Matala, via Mr. To Mr. Koza or Maswanganyi, because he was told at the center that the people that can assist him to access the banking services are Mr. Maswanganyi and Mr. Koza. But he says there's a stonewalling because Mr. Koza says, I don't receive your written request, yet he keeps on making those requests. So he's requesting that today, because Mr. Koza is here, that Mr. Koza sees him respectfully. He requests to see Mr. Koza so that these issues can be addressed, because he's not sure whether the issues of Standard Bank have been made aware to Mr. Koza. That's the court process.
Yeah, I said that Mr. Mnisi forgot to tell us. I told him I'm an old man, but I keep things in my head. He didn't tell us, meaning even Koza, that your client threatens not to attend any other court proceedings. He promised only to attend the proceedings of yesterday because Mr. Buthelezi was called, as according to him, was called or testifying because of him. So that he said he will attend. But after that, he is not going to attend any. Am I correct, Sam? Am I quoting your client correctly? He's either going to sit down because he's being detained unlawfully, or not unlawfully, but as a detainee, he's going to sit out his 18-year period without coming to court. And after finishing that 18-year period, maybe he'll think about coming back to court. And in the meantime, I don't know what happens to this court.
Let me put it in its perspective, my lord, because well, it skipped my mind to mention it. Well, I don't know if that is also in the domain of Mr. Khoza to receive that information, but now that the court has already mentioned it, this is actually what he said. He said because of the conditions that are now happening where he is kept in what he refers to as this condemned cell, that which are referred to as a solitary confinement place. He says because of those conditions which are having a negative effect on his psychology to come and pay full attention to what is happening here at court, he will request, is going to request, not that he was threatening, my lord, he would request this court that the proceedings in this trial, that he be excused from attending the proceedings in this trial up until such...
Yes. According to him.
I'm coming there, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
Up until such time that he has served that period of 18 months, not years, my lord, 18 months, where he will then have to go back to a normal cell situation and be like any other prisoner who will now enjoy all these other rights that other prisoners are having as sentenced people, my lord. Then that would actually alleviate that psychological torture that he's going through, which would then enable him to come and pay full attention to this court, my lord. He never threatened that he would sit out there and not come to this court and say...
That's how I understood him anyway.
No, I'm putting it in the proper perspective, my lord. I'm correcting the court's understanding that he never said, I will then decide to sit. He said...
That's what he said, Mr. You want us to play the tape? I was listening attentively. Ngeke ngisaza e court. I'm just doing you a favor, in other words. Coming to this court to listen to Mr. So-and-so giving evidence. After that, he says he's not participating. That's what he said. And that's how I understood him.
No, but
until he has served whatever sentence, 18 months or whatever, then you'll decide thereafter. In the meantime, I don't know this judge will be sitting where.
My lord, well, insofar as how the court understood him, there's nothing I can do about it, because that's the understanding of the court, which is not what he said. So I can only take up to that extent, my lord. There's nothing that I can do about how the court understood him. Thank you, my lord.
Sir, Mr. Khoza, do you want to read that report?
My lord, I will read that and also elaborate on, I will read the report, talk to the report, and also touch on the issues that was raised, which I have not covered. So I'm ready for it.
So you want to do that now?
I think it will help the court.
Yeah, fine. No, I hear you. Now you can commence.
Sorry, my lord. Maybe before Mr. Khoza responds, if I can also just wrap up the nature of a complaint regarding Mr. Ntuli. It's still related to what he said yesterday, but it's just few issues that I need to bring it to the attention of the court so that maybe Mr. Khoza can be able to respond to them.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My lord, as I've indicated that it's also on these two conditions, the denial of access to cell phones and also the denial of warm water. He indicates, my lord, Mr. Ntuli, now that on the 2nd of July 2026, he asked for a permission to make a call, and then he was informed that him and Mr. Mapisa, they are not allowed to make a call. And then on the 6th of July, he wrote a letter to the head of prison trying to address those issues with the head of prison. However, the head of prison did not come to him. And then he's saying also, my lord, he has his own kettle in the cells which he wanted to use, and he was denied to use that kettle. And he even says that it was taken away from him so that he cannot be able to use kettle, my lord, kettle to boil water.
Oh, I see. Kettle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was also denied to use his private kettle now now that warm water are not available in the facility.
Okay.
And then he also indicates, my lord, that he has developed the sickness of the toothache to such an extent that his jaws are locked because of taking a cold bath, and he has been taken to the clinic inside the hospital and has been given the painkillers. So he is now on painkillers on daily basis. And he says these painkillers, they make him drowsy during the day in court, and he can't survive without taking them. He has been provided by the doctor at the clinic within the facility, my lord, to use them. And then lastly, my lord, he says the condition of, yes, they have been allowed, they've been provided with warm water when they on the days when they are coming to court, but it's giving him a problem to use cold water one day and then also use warm water on the other day. And then he says he's developed sickness because of that.
What type of sickness?
That is a flu, my lord. And that he is unable to concentrate. He's saying these conditions, my lord, affect him mentally and psychologically, which impacts him to concentrate during trial, thinking about these conditions that he is living under at the prison. Thank you, my lord. Those are my submissions.
Mr. Koza, is there a psychiatrist at your precinct?
My lord, we don't have a permanent psychiatrist, but we procure such services when necessary, but they also come once a week within our precinct.
Okay. So if I say I've got psychological problems, I can get attention if I request attention from a psychiatrist.
My lord, definitely. We have permanent psychologists within our facilities that can able to attend to that. And we also have permanent medical doctors that are working with us. And we also have sessional doctors that are coming with us. So the service of a psychiatrist can also be easily procured. And in the absence of that, if there's an emergency, my lord, we can procure the services of our neighbors, those copies, which is a strong throw away from us, if it is very urgent.
Okay. Yeah, fine. You may proceed then. You said you wanted to talk to the report as you put it.
My lord, let me also appreciate the opportunities given for us to be able to articulate our challenges. And my lord, the documents that my lord has requested, the information and the SOP, I don't have them now. But we requested somebody to make sure that it is available.
Sorry, is it not possible for Mr. Koza to come forward because I see he's standing on the ground. There are having difficulty in hearing what he's saying. So that would be a record session.
Thank you very much, my lord. I had also indicated that we apologize for not possessing the documents because we were not aware that they are going to be needed, but they will be presented. So, in principle, my lord, I need to indicate that I'm the area commissioner of Kgoshi-Mampuru II, and I am responsible for the 6 facilities within Kgoshi-Mampuru, which amongst them a CMAX and local, and the maximum correctional facility. Then some of these offenders are in incarcerated in.
Sorry, we omitted something, son. Sorry, we omitted something. You did not take the oath. Sorry. Can you please state your full name and surname, please, for the record, please?
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Koza.
Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No objection, my lord.
Do you prescribe the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I take it as binding, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay. Please allow me an opportunity to interpret for them as well. Okay. You can start afresh then. Okay.
So, as I was indicating, my lord, that out of the 6, the inmates are incarcerated in 3 different facilities from there.
Nanjengoba ke noma ke mina ke mnumzana uKhoza ngiphethe ke lama facility awu6 ke ngaphansi kwayo uHoshi Mampuru nangendlela futhi ke aba iboshwa ke eyivalelwe ngayo kwezintathu ke kulezi eziwu6. Yes.
Before I go to the issue that has been raised, I need to indicate that the issue of the allegation of CMAX as a solitary confinement, I want to deny that it is not a solitary confinement. And I also can report that we have a latest report that we received from JICS.
Ngifuna ke ukuthi ngiphendule ke insolo lezi ke ekhuluma ke ngayo ke iCMAX ukuthi ke la khona ke iboshwa ke igcinwa ke umuntu ke avalelwa eyedwa phecelezi ke isolitary confinement. Sinawo ke umbiko ke wakabusha njena obuya kuyona iJICS,
which is a Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services, which is also our watchdog.
Engaphansi kwayo ke iJICS esho ke ukuthi la khona ke kunomehluleli thizeni ohamba yoke ayobheka izimo zasemajele ukuthi ke kuhlelwi kanjani emajele noma iziboshwa zigcinwe kanjani khona.
The report was compiled on the 30th of July 2025.
Umbiko lona ke owenziwa ke nge-30 zika July 2025,
which indicates that it was compiled by a person from the office of the inspecting judge, which also indicates that that report was a response to a complaint by the inmate Matala, which also indicated that that facility is conducive to in-house people. It's not a solitary confinement.
Lombiko ke umbiko ke owenziwa ke umuntu ke obuya ke ehhovisi lalo mehluleli lo ekuyena obheka amajaji. Lokho kwenziwa ke emuva kokuthi ke kwaba ke nokhononto kwabakhona kwakubuya ke kwisiboshwa uMatlala lapho ke kwatholakala khona ukuthi ke indawo leyana ke indawo ekahle nokuthi ke futhi ukuthi ke ingagcina noma kuvalelwe khona iziboshwa.
And I had also attached the extract of an annual report from the Judicial Inspectorate 2022-2023.
Lapha ke ngifakile ke nombiko ke umbiko wonyaka ubizwa phecelezi ke annual report unyaka u2023 obuya ngaphansi kwayo ke iJICS,
which also stipulates that inmates placed at CMAX should also not be considered as segregation, since the center has single cell accommodation, which is considered normal for CMAX. So it says that facility is considered a normal facility that you can house people in there.
Lombiko ke uyasho ke ukuthi ke ijele leliyana ke libonwa ke nanjengejele ke okuyilona ejwayelekile ke elingakwazi ukuthi ligcina noma kuvalelwe abantu kulona.
So in other words, there was a complaint and an investigation was conducted about whether CMAX, it's a maximum, as they call it.
The complaint is that it's a solitary confinement, which the term that was used this morning, they're saying is a condemned cell.
And then there's no condemned cell or solitary confined cell.
Yes.
By the way, yeah, fine.
Azikho-ke noma wekho-ke amaseli lapho kuthiwa khona-ke umuntu-ke uvalelwa-ke noma egcinwa eyedwa-ke phecelezi-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-solitary confinement nanjengoba-ke bekuyiy'nsolo lezo ebezila phambi kwenkantolo.
My Lord, I want also to indicate that it is also normal in our facilities to have a single cell. In all other normal sentence facilities and remand detention facilities, you will always have single cells for the purpose of safety of inmates, for the purpose of inmates that are troublesome.
Into-ke ejwayelekile-ke ukuthi-ke uzoba nako-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-single cell noma-ke isele-ke somuntu-ke ogcinwa-ke ngayedwa-ke. Lokho kwenziwa-ke ngaphansi kwezizathu zokuthi okokuqala zokuvikeleka, ukuvikela-ke isiboshwa sona nangaphansi-ke kwezizathu la khona-ke uthola ukuthi-ke isiboshwa esihluphayo.
And my Lord, just to substantiate the difference and how CMAX is different to the others. CMAX is a facility where we are housing inmates that failed to behave in other facilities in the whole country. And as a result, they are brought to CMAX. It's either as a high-risk offender, high-profile offender, or a popular offender in that case for the purpose of their secure incarceration.
Asikusho-ke nokuthi-ke i-CMAX lena-ke ila khona-ke kulethwa khona-ke iy'boshwa ezithe zahluleka-ke ukuthi-ke ziy'phatheke kahle noma ziy'phatheke ngendlela kwezinye noma kwamanye amajele akhona eNingizimu Afrika bese-ke elethwa khona-ke e-CMAX la umuntu-ke azovalelwa khona noma azogcinwa khona-ke kuya ngokuthi-ke icala-ke alenzile-ke ukuthi-ke icala-ke elibukwa noma-ke elibhekwa kanjani.
So as a result of that, my Lord, I want to indicate that the inmates that are here, they are incarcerated at CMAX because they were found to have cell phones, which was a threat to a security.
Angisho-ke ukuthi-ke abasolwa-ke lana abalapha-ke bavaleleke noma bagcinwe khona-ke e-CMAX ngoba-ke kwatholakala-ke noma batholakala ngomakhalekhukhwini lokho-ke okwabonakala-ke kubeka ezokuvikeleka-ke engcupheni.
And for them to access a cell phone can also be a threat to the witness that are participating in these cases, can be a threat to all the role players that are participating in this trial.
Nokuthi-ke babe nomakhalekhukhwini noma batholakale benomakhalekhukhwini lokho kungabeka-ke engcupheni ufakazi noma ofakazi abethuka ubufakazi kule nkantolo kanye futhi-ke nabanye nje bonke abakhona-ke noma-ke abayingxenye yabo ukuqhulwa kwecala leli.
Some to an extent that they extort money from civilians or the families of other inmates to be able to enrich themselves as well.
Abanye-ke ukuthi-ke basebenzisa-ke umakhalekhukhwini labo-ke ukuthi-ke batholeke imali kubantu bangaphandle kubantu-ke abayimindeni yezinye-ke iy'boshwa-ke lezikhona lapho ngaphakathi ukuthi bayicebise bona.
Sorry, just to interject. Are you alleging that there have been disciplinary measures concerning the conduct of the inmates, all of them? If you take me there at CMAX, I have to be evaluated where to be placed in your complex of 6, or is it automatic? What criteria, in other words, do you use?
There's various types of various methods in which we are admitting the offenders there. For instance, if there's an offender that has escaped, the National Commissioner instructs that we incarcerate that offender there. In that case, there will not be disciplinary actions.
Kunendlela-ke ezahlukeneke ekwenziwa ngazo-ke ukuthi-ke kuthathwe isinqumo sokuthi-ke isiboshwa sizovalelwa kuphi-ke asithi-ke lana senze isibonelo-ke ngesiboshwa eseqile uCommissioner-ke uNational Commissioner okuyena-ke ozosho-ke ukuthi-ke isiboshwa leso asivalelwe lapho kodwa-ke akuzoba khona-ke ukuqondiswa kwey'gwegwe lapho.
As much as we are well aware that the National Commissioner is responsible for the correctional services, he also delegates to the Regional Commissioner to grant such approval. And the other aspect is when an offender has been found with a cell phone, or the offender has assaulted another offender or has transgressed, then we write a memo to ask for the Regional Commissioner to grant approval.
Nanoma ke uNational Commissioner kuyena ke unamagunya ke kodwa ke uye andluliseleke kuyena ke uRegional Commissioner ukuthi ke yena ke kube yena ke othatha isinqumo okunye futhi ke kuye kubhekwe ke asithi la khona ke isiboshwa kuye kwatholakala ukuthi ke isiboshwa mhlawumbe sinamakhala kokunye isiboshwa kula esithe sophula khona ke umthetho ngokuthi ke sishaye khona ke esinye isiboshwa ilathi na ke esizobhala khona ke umbiko sesicela yena ke Regional Commissioner ukuthi asinikeze imvume.
The transgressions are not limited to only cell phones. There is others.
Ukuphula umthetho ke akugcini nje kuphela ke kubona umakhala ekhukhwini ke akhona ke namanye amacala.
So to respond to my Lord's question whether there is disciplinary actions, yes, my Lord, there is disciplinary actions that are taken. There is records that they follow disciplinary hearings for the transgressions that they are committed while they are incarcerated. So there is a case management committee that they will appear before the committee, and the committee will hear their case, and a sanction will be imposed. And I want also to put a disclaimer, my Lord, that we take note that in the disciplinary case of that is officiated in the department, CMEX is not being pronounced, transfer to CMEX is not being pronounced as a sanction. The sanctions, they will come as you are no longer going to be able to buy from the shop, you are no longer going to be allowed to phone your families. Those are some of your privileges that will be taken. But CMEX is not part of the sanctions that are given out of that hearing.
Kuba khona ke kontra kwazo igwegwe nokuthi ke ikhona ke uhlelo noma ke okwenziwayo ke nala khona ke futhi ke lokho ke kuzobhalwa phansi ke bese kuyagcinwa ke ngiyafuna ke nokusho ukuthi ke ukuthi umuntu ahanjiswe aye khona eCMEX lokho ke akusibona ke ukuthi kuqondiswe igwegwe kodwa khona nje izinto ke esezingathathwa noma ke ongathi uyiphucweke ukuthi ke usebenzise noma ke uxhumane ke nomndeni wakho. You said to take it away with visitation.
Yeah, visit and buying from the shop.
Yeah, nokuthi ke uhambe sorry uhambe uyothenga estolo yilezo nje izinto kodwa kungasho ukuthi uma ngabe uhanjiswa eCMEX ukuthi ke sewuqondiswe igwegwe ngaleyo ndlela.
Sorry, and what about cell phones? Deprivation of cell phones. There's a complaint that your staff is using the deprivation of cell phones as a disciplinary measure.
Maybe my Lord needs to say telephones, not cell phones.
Nah, they use the word cell phone. That's why I'm not saying telephones.
Cell phone.
You can quote Mr. Ngumalo. He used the word cell phone.
I heard him as well.
That's it, yeah.
Cell phone, my Lord.
No, okay, we can't argue about such a minor thing. Cell phone, telephone, it's a communication medal. Doesn't matter whether it's cell phone or whether it operates from the space, as long as it can communicate from A to B. Do you use that device or devices as disciplinary measures against inmates?
My Lord, a cell phone is prohibited in the correctional center to be utilized by inmates, offenders, as well as officials. And officials that are utilizing the cell phones, I grant permission to them to utilize those cell phones. And then we are currently encouraging even most of them not to have cell phones to use two-way radios in their centers.
Okusetshenziswa ke komakhala ekhukhwini akuvumelekile kuyiboshwa akuvumelekile futhi ke nakulabo abasebenza ke ejele uma ngabe bekhona ke kuba yimina ke onikeza ngemvume ukuthi ke abakwenzeke lokho kodwa ke kunjengamanje njena ke esithi thina siku gcizeleleke kubona ke abasebenza ejele ukuthi ke bangasetshenziswa omakhala ekhukhwini.
And when it comes to telephones, we have public phones in our facilities that we utilize for the offenders to phone, and those are one of the privileges that, as and when you are not behaving well, the CMC will pronounce that as a sanction.
Khona ke ingcingo noma ke ama-phones asetshenziswayo ke ukuthi ke iziboshwa isebenzise zona ke ukuthi ke shaye ucingo kodwa ke uma ngabe kutholakala ke ukuthi ke uyisiboshwa-ke esingayiphethe kahle ilapho-ke u-CMC khona-ke azothi-ke akuphuceke loko nanjengokuqondiswa igwebe.
My Lord, in closing this part of the solitary confinement, I want to assure my Lord that since the inception of CMEX, we can attest to you that there is a decline in incidents that threatens our security, because most of the offenders, they know, and even at my space at Correctional Services, Koshimampuru, where an offender is found to have participated in illicit activities, they know that they will go to CMEX, and those activities has reduced. And I can also indicate that CMEX is one of the very few, if I'm not wrong, that there are only two, other than Bongwen, that the entire department still has got hope that when you are incarcerated in CMEX, at least there's control and you are grounded.
Ngakusho-ke uma ngabe okugcina-ke kulo daba lolu ukuthi-ke sukela-ke ukuthi-ke i-CMEX lena yabakhona-ke singasho-ke ukuthi-ke igameko-ke zokuthi-ke kwenziwe-ke okungemthetho-ke ihlileke kakhulu ngoba-ke iy'boshwa ziyazi ukuthi-ke uma ngabe umuntu-ke kukhona-ke akwenzile okungafanelekile ukuthi-ke akwenze yilapho abazothi baye khona noma-ke bayovalelwa khona. Loko-ke kuhliseke izinga lokuthi-ke kwenziwe loko okungafanele ukuthi-ke kwenziwe phakathi ejele.
My Lord, I want also to indicate that the cry about this CMEX as alleged that is a solitary confinement, it's a ploy to can able to fight for their own freedom, which they want to can able to do whatever they want. And I want to indicate that for now, I'm very satisfied that I'm empowered to can able to have that facility within Koshimampuru. And that is why at this point in time, my Lord, you will realize that there's very, very few incidents that you'll hear from Koshimampuru because we have that facility. And these offenders, they also want to do as they wish. And unfortunately, at CMEX, you are grounded. You don't have a time to can able to do your things at your own time. So at least I want to leave it at that and move to the second issue, my Lord.
Futhi-ke lo daba lolu-ke lokhala-ke lukhalela sona-ke isimo lesiyana sokuthi-ke phecelezi-ke yona-ke solitary confinement noma-ke la umuntu-ke avalelwa-ke eyedwa khona-ke ukuthi nje ukhala umuntu ekhalela-ke ukuthi-ke athole inkululeko noma ukukhululeka-ke la khona-ke abantu khona-ke bese bezokwazi nje ukuthi-ke bazenzele nje umathanda khona-ke noma-ke umuntu-ke enze leyo nto leyo ngoba-ke lana khona akwenzeki lokho. Ngingakusho nje lokho ukuthi-ke yikona okwenza-ke ukuthi-ke iboshwa ayikhale ukuthi zikhishwe laphayana.
And my Lord, in conclusion, we need to differentiate between an incarcerated person and a person that is free. And in their case, they are incarcerated within our facilities. And we will make sure that human dignity is respected. And that is what is dictated by our own policy that says we should be able to make sure that the inmates are incarcerated human. On that note, I want to close this part of the solitary confinement and with your permission move to the next point.
Lana-ke kufanele ube khona-ke umahluko-ke okhona phakathi-ke komuntu-ke okhululekile kanye-ke nomuntu-ke ovalelwe noma-ke oyisiboshwa. Lokho-ke ngingakusho-ke ngoba-ke nemigomo noma-ke imithetho yethi-ke iyasho ukuthi-ke isiboshwa sifanele-ke ukuthi-ke siphatheke ngendlela ekuyiyona futhi-ke indlela-ke yokuthi-ke isithunzi somuntu-ke sivikelwe khona. Ngalokho-ke ngifisa ukuthi-ke ngikuvale lokho.
Any response, Mr. Nisi, Mr. Ramsey, Numalo, and Mr. Shololo? After this, any response or remark concerning the address given by Mr. Koza?
Definitely, I have. Thank you. I don't know.
Mr. Koza has not finished.
He says he's closing the aspect of CMEX regarded as...
Confinement.
That's what he says. He says after this, he wants... Am I correct? Quoting you correct?
You're correct, my Lord.
Thank you, Madam. I understand what is happening. Basically, the court is saying we should try to segmentalize, to have a segmentalized approach. He deals with this aspect, and then if there is anything that we want to raise with him, we attend to it there and then. Then he goes to the other aspect after that, and then if there's something we want to raise, just like that. My
Okay, yeah.
Most certainly, my lord. Thank you, Mr. Khoza. Let me hasten to mention that that term, solitary confinement, is not a term that has been used very loosely by the accused who raised the complaint against Khoshimampuru Correctional Services. It's a term that actually comes from me, or I have been using that term with an understanding that where a person has been sort of sentenced, administratively because of some misdemeanor that he has done whilst he's serving a particular sentence, then he gets taken to a place where he stays alone. The term solitary means alone. Confinement means stay. You confined to stay alone in a particular place. It's not a pejorative. I'm not using it in a pejorative way or in an ugly way. It simply means I'm using it in the context of saying that you are staying alone in a particular place. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Ngicela ke ungizwe kahle ukuthi ke igama leli ke lokuthi ke umuntu ke avaleleke noma ke ahlaleke eyedwa ukuthi akusona ke igama elibuya kubona ke basola ekuyibona ke abaze nezinsolo lezo kodwa yimina ke ngisho ke isimo leso ukuthi umuntu ethathiwe ke ahlaleke ngenxa ke yalokho okuthiwa ke ukwenzeleke ngesikhathi ke ehleli lapha phakathi ke isigwebo sakhe ke asitholile yimina ke osebenzisa lelo gama lelo yebo ngiyakuzwa.
But I'm not using it in an ugly way. Thank you. Now, it is also understood that a person who has been convicted by a court gets sentenced to go and stay in prison for a particular period. Their rights are limited. There's no qualm about that. Do you understand?
I do understand, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke kuyaziwa ke ukuthi ke uma ngabe umuntu ke ekulicala phambi kwenkantolo bese umahluleleke ethula ke isigwebo ke ukuthi ke kunamalungelo thizeni ke lapho ke athi aphuceke noma ke athathwe kuyena yebo ngiyakuzwa lokho.
In other words, they would not be allowed in prison to conduct themselves as if they are free people in the streets. That is also understandable. Do you understand as well?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Nokuthi ke uma ngabe umuntu esejeleke akangeke alindeleke noma alindelweke ukuthi ke ayiphathe ngendlela efana ke nomuntu ke ongaphandle yebo ngiyakuzwa lokho.
Thank you. But you've mentioned something very, very, very important, that although a person is being administratively sentenced to the single cell, I will avoid using solitary confinement because I think it doesn't go down well with you. I use the term solitary confinement. We have said, although that is the situation, that person still has got to be treated in a dignified way. And Khoshimampuru Correctional Services is a proponent of the right to dignity, not so. Did you say that?
My lord, let me also correct one statement is made by
Yes.
He says using the word of solitary confinement does not go well with me.
Okay.
Not with me as a person. I'm just representing the department with regards to the topic of solitary confinement.
Okay.
Two, there's no a sanction. I had indicated to my lord that there is no a sanction imposed by our disciplinary proceedings to sentence a person to go to CMEX.
Yes.
There's no such a sanction.
Yes.
So you go to CMEX because we've got the powers to place the offender where we want the offender to be.
Yes.
Angilungiseke la ubaba umnisi asho khona ukuthi leli gama leli ke lokuthi ke umuntu ke ahlalisweke eyedwa ukuthi ke igama ke engalithathi kahle hayi mina kodwa ke ngilana ngizophendula ke imibuzo noma ngimeleke wona-ke umnyango lo engiwusebenzelayo. Futhi-ke nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke uma ngaba kuthathwa isinqumo sokuthi-ke isiboshwa siye khona-ke e-CMEX, lokho-ke akusiyikona ukuthi-ke umuntu-ke manje useyajeziswa-ke noma kuqondiswa igwegwe ngalokho, kodwa-ke ngoba thina-ke sikuyithina-ke abasebenza khona-ke ejele, sinawo-ke amagunya noma-ke amandla ukuthi-ke isiboshwa sisibeke-ke noma sisifake la esibona ukuthi-ke kufanele ukuthi sisifake khona.
That is well understood. What I'm saying is, you have also made mention of a very solid and important fact that whether the person is now in the single cell, he needs to be treated with dignity. That's what you said, not so?
Correct, my lord. That is guided by our Correctional Services Act Section 10, which reads as follows: says, everyone has inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngikhulumile-ke ngesithunzi somuntu ukuthi-ke nangaphansi kwakhe-ke usection 10 kumthetho-ke we-Correctional Act ukuthi-ke uyasho ukuthi wonke umuntu kufanele ukuthi-ke aphathwe-ke ngendlela-ke ehlonipha isithunzi sakhe.
As well as section 12, 1D and E, which also stipulates that everyone has the right to freedom from torture and from cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment or punishment.
Yes.
Uma uqhubeka-ke ngaphansi kwakhe u-12D kanye naye-ke u-12E uyasho ukuthi wonke umuntu unelungelo lokukhululeka nokuthi-ke akhululeke-ke ukuthini-ke aphathwe kabi-ke phecelezi-ke i-torture kanye futhi-ke nokuphathwa-ke ngendlela ekungasiyona noma-ke indlela-ke edicelela phansi-ke isithunzi somuntu.
Going further with that, can also refer to section 35(2)E, which stipulates that every detained person has the right to conditions of detention that are consistent with human dignity, including adequate accommodation, nutrition, reading material, and medical treatment. In that saying, if I, as the area commissioner, together with my subordinates, we don't conform to that, we are contravening our own act. And as a result of that, we are very cautious in the execution of our duties. Thank you.
Mawuqhubeka-ke nangaphansi kwakhe-ke usection 35 u-2E uyasho-ke ukuthi wonke umuntu oyisiboshwa-ke unelungelo lokuthi-ke ahlale-ke noma-ke agcinwe-ke kwizimo-ke ey'hambisana-ke nokuhlonipha isithunzi somuntu, indawo-ke yokuhlala, lokho akudlayo akufundayo. Manje-ke uma ngabe mina-ke nalabo abasebenza ngaphansi kwami singakwenzi-ke lokho okusho ukuthi-ke sikiphikisana nawo-ke umthetho lo lona-ke ongaphansi engiwufundile.
Thank you, sir. Those are basically constitutional imperatives. Those are derivatives of what from the Constitution or so. In other words, that legislation is coined on what the Constitution says, not so. Or those act or that act, that legislation is derived from the Constitution.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Umthetho-ke lo nqeda ufunda ubuya kuwona-ke umthetho sisekelo.
Right. Now, for instance, without having to waste this court's time, what rights accrue to those people who have been taken to the single cells? For instance, what rights which you think, or let me put it this way, what rights would be consonant with human dignity to those people that are staying in solitary, in the single cells have?
My lord, like I had already indicated that there's various reasons for us to incarcerate inmates in single cells.
Yes.
Others, they are going to the single cells because they requested to be there for their safety, others for studies. And those that are taken to CMEX, they are taken because we as the department has taken a decision to place them there.
Thank you.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi ke kunezathu ngezathu noma izathu ezahlukeneke ukuthi ke abantu bathathwe ke umuntu afakeke kwisele la umuntu ahlala ngayedwa khona ke abanye bona ke bayiceleleke ukuthi ke babe lapho abanye ke futhi ke izathu nje njengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi ezahlukene bese kuthi ke abantu ke abathathu bahanjiswe ke khona ke eCimex ingoba thina ke nanjengomnyango sithathe isinqumo sokuthi ke umuntu akaye lapho eCimex.
Thank you, Mr. Koza. What I'm saying is, what are the basic rights? Basic rights. A right that cannot or that should not be taken away from that person when he gets taken to the single cells, no matter the circumstances. But you say, you know, we can do whatever that we want to do with this person. He's in our control. But this is a right that we shouldn't take away from him. What are those rights?
My Lord, those rights, you will find them in Section 7 of our Correctional Services Act, which amongst of them is the floor space, the ventilation, the lighting,
Yes.
the heating, the sanitation, and the health requirement.
Manje ke lamalungelo ngibuza ngawo ukuthi ke umuntu othathwa ke ayeke kwisele la ahlala ngayedwa khona ke ukuthi ke wapi wathola ngaphansi kwakhe ke usection 7 ukuthi ke indawo ke lena ahlala kuyona ke ispace ke lapho ungenelwa ke umoya ukukhanya ke imfudumalo noma ke ukuthi ke kube indawo ke efudumele ngendlela ekuyiyona la umuntu akwazi ukuthi ahamba yoyisiza khona ke indlela encane kanye futhi ke nezempilo.
And I can confirm that we conform to all those.
No, wait, Mr. Koza. Wait. I'm now leading the show. Do you understand? If I want you to explain, that's cross-examination. Understand, we are now under oath. I am cross-examining you. You see. If I say to you, Mr. Koza, can you please explain this? Then you can explain, you see. But this is time for me to ask you questions because we have said we have finished. Do you understand? So this is time for me to ask you questions, and you must answer my question. And if I feel I'm not really understanding what you're saying, I'll request you to explain. Do you understand? You don't take the show away from me.
My Lord, unfortunately,
Do you understand?
My Lord, unfortunately, I am here to respond to every
Yes.
little question, and I must able to elaborate because I came here to be able to assist this court with the challenges.
Okay, elaborate,
So,
Mr. Koza. Elaborate.
if I'm asked a question and I realize that this is my field and I'm given the opportunity today to express the work of correctional services and I have passion in that. So my Lord, I will go deeper and make sure that I explain so that I educate everyone that does not understand. And you will pardon me that I'm stealing the show, but I have got to elaborate so that I must not invite other questions unnecessary to help this court and not become an evasive witness. So that's what I want. And
Elaborate, Mr. Koza. There no need to further explain. I say you can elaborate.
because at first you asked me questions, I went abroad and stipulated the sections. You didn't have a problem with that. Now I want also to...
Mr. Koza, I've said continue to elaborate.
Yes.
Yes. That which what you want to elaborate.
So, my Lord, I want to indicate that the rights of inmates are limited by the incarceration of itself. One of them is the right to freedom. Because once you are sentenced and I'm instructed by the court to impose the sentence, that means I must take away the right of your freedom from being outside to be inside the facility. And once you are in the facility correctional center, in a normal correctional, once you infringe or you commit an offense, we take another right from you from being in local or central. We take you to CMEX so that we limit your movement or your freedom out of that space.
La khona ke umuntu ke tholeke noma ke agwetshweke inkantolo Uma ngabe seyake ejele manje ke akhona ke amalungelo athi awaphucweke. Lokuqala ke ukuthi ke manje ke ngokuthi ke uze ejele, elokuqala ke lizothi liphucwe ukuthi ke manje ke awusenayo ke inkululeko ngoba manje awusekho ngaphandle usungaphakathi ke. Uma ngabe uphinda futhi ke kube khona ke okwenzayo ke okungavumelekile ngaphakathi ke, likhona ke futhi nelinye ke manje ilungelo elizothi lithathwe noma liphucweke kuwena.
Are you done elaborating, Mr. Khoza?
I'm done, my lord.
Thank you. Mr. Khoza, you've just read a section just a few minutes ago, that section that I've even said to you, that's a derivative from the Constitution, and then you said yes. You have read, amongst others, that, and in fact that was subsequent to the question that I've asked as to what are the basic rights that you can't take away from a person that has been put to a solitary, to a single cell. We have read, amongst others, that you can't take away from that person a right to a proper toilet system. You can't take away from that person a right to light. You can't take away from that person a right to heat. You can't take away from that person a right to a space. You can't take away from that person a right to, I just forget this other right that you have mentioned, you see. But you have said yourself, and you have said you are proponent, you comply with those directives in terms of that act. There's a complaint before court which necessitated you to come here. Mr. Sibiya said the ablution system, the toilet system there is not working. There's got to be content with staying with yesterday's food. It means the waste that is taken out of his body. It's got to stay with that for days on end because the system is not working in the cell where he's staying. There's a complaint before court here that they should be using cold water. And you've just read something that says the right to heat cannot be taken away from them. Mr. Sibiya has been complaining that he has to contend with darkness for hours on end. And you have said to this court, in terms of that act that you have read here, that no matter what, it doesn't matter whether that person had killed the president of the country, that right you can't take away from him. A right to light, or a right to lightness. But there's a complaint before court. Do you understand?
My lord,
I say, do you understand, yes or no? Because I'm not done with what I want to ask you.
my lord,
Do you understand, Mr. Khoza?
I want to respond and...
No, I'm saying then respond. Do you understand, yes or no?
Like adults.
I'm an adult, my lord. I'm an adult. I don't know.
We're both talking. That's the problem. And you're
No, but
adults.
I'm saying to him, do you understand, Mr. Khoza? And then you say, no, I want to
Let
respond.
the witness say whatever he wants to say. He's here to
Okay, say whatever that you want to say, Khoza.
My lord, I don't want to misdirect the court. The court has asked me to respond, and I had take an effort to break down the issues in segments. I was dealing with the issue of solitary confinement, which the expectation is that the question that the cross-examination that will be directed to me will be around the solitary confinement. The issue of the ablutions, and I had prepared a specific section that will cover that. So I will request, my lord, your protection that we confine ourselves to the issue of solitary confinement, like you directed that let's deal with solitary confinement. Mr. Ndisi is now going to the ablution facility and the space, and I had covered those things in the report that I have, and I'm ready to deal with the ablution and sanitation issues in the part where I'm going to deal with. So at this point in time, I'm ready to deal with the issue of solitary confinement and close it there and go to the others.
Bengizocela ke inkantolo ke nanjobe inkantolo ishilo ke ukuthi ke asibhekane nalolu daba sindluleke kulona bese singena kolunye ke udaba lokho engibuzwa ngako ke manje uyena ummeli mayelana ke nendlu yangasese phecelezi ke indlu encane noma ke ama toilet ukhona ke la engikuphendulayo noma ke engibhalile ngako lokho kuwona lo mbiko manje ke bengizocela ukuthi nje sibhekane ke nalolu daba lolu esikulona ke la umuntu avalelwa khona ke ngayedwa
14, my lord.
15 minutes, okay?
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Koza.
I'd say we are still under oath.
Yes.
Do you want your report?
I have it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Koza, and welcome back again. Mr. Koza, I realized that you wanted to proceed to another aspect, but the questions that I was asking you, that I asked you, they all relate to the solitary confinement thing, you see. So there's nothing that I've asked you which is beyond solitary confinement. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. And maybe just to clear up the usage of the term solitary confinement, I am reminded that during the course of last year, there was an application that was brought by accused number 3 in this case for having been kept in solitary confinement for 3 years, 11 months. And there was a court order, and that was an opposed application. But the decision went against Hoshimampuru Correctional Service. Throughout the judgment, the court refers to the place where he was kept as a solitary confinement, not as a single cell, as a solitary confinement. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that the usage of the term solitary confinement, as I'm using it, it has also been used by this court, not this courtroom, but by this court, North Gauteng High Court, in the matter of Nube versus Minister of Correctional Services and others. I just wanted to clear that. Thank you, but let's proceed. Now, Mr. Koza, I want to say the following. When Mr. Kebeza was standing in the very same place where you were standing there, he admitted that what was happening to Mr. Sibia and the others who were not part of the complaint that Mr. Sibia brought to court here constituted inhuman indignity, deprivation of hot water. Mr. Kebeza considered that that constituted human indignity. Would you also do that? Would you also concede that what is happening to him, deprivation of hot water, amounts to deprivation? Amounts to human indignity. I am saying, would you also readily concede or not? Or would you agree with Mr. Kebeza, as he was standing with you there, that what Mr. Sibia complained about is something that was happening at Hoshimampuru prison, and that constituted human indignity? Would you agree with him?
My lord, I take it he wants to refer to Mr. Kebengu. We don't have Kebeza. And I will, as I already indicated, that I will not concede. I deny the fact that those rights has been infringed. I deny that.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke advocate umnisi ukhuluma ke ngomnumzana uGqebengu asingayeke uGqebeza angeke ke ngivumelane ke naloko kushoyo ukuthi ke manje ngoba naye ke wavuma ke elana ukuthi ke ukudicela phansi ke kwesithunzi somuntu nokuthi ke lawo amalungelo lawo bawaphuca uma ngabe ukhuluma ke ngamanzi noma ke amanzi ashisayo angeke ngikuvume lokho.
Are you done explaining?
I'm done, my lord.
Thank you. You know what we have just done now? We have directly said to Mr. Krebeza, Mr. Krebeza, you are standing there and telling this court lies because that does not happen. That's what you've just said. You have said to him, you perjured yourself. To Mr. Krebeza.
My Lord,
Was he lying?
my Lord, for record purposes, Mr. Munisi should refrain calling Mr. Krebeza because I don't have Mr. Krebeza. I just corrected him now that I have Mr. Krebengu. But in response to that, I did not have Mr. Krebengu's version, but I report on what I know and what I understand on those rights that he alleges that they are infringed. So I still deny, but I want also to distance myself from the assertion that is made to me that I'm saying Mr. Krebengu is lying before the court and what. So I deny that assertion, and I want to distance myself from that unconditionally.
Ingabe uthi ke manje kuloko qeda ukusho ukuthi ke umnumzana uGqebengu ke watshela lenkantolo amanga ngizophinda futhi ke ngitsheleke noma ngimceleke ubaba umnisi ukuthi ke ngimlungisile manje ukuthi anginayo uGqebeza uGqebengu kodwa ke anginako ke okwakhulunywa uyena umnumzana uGqebengu lapha phambi kwenkantolo kodwa ngiyayiqhelanisa ke naloko kushiwa uyena ke uadvocate umnisi ukuthi mina ngithi uGqebengu waqamba amanga lapha phambi kwalenkantolo engikushoyo nje mina ukuthi cha angivumelani ke nalenkulumo ayishoyo advocate umnisi ukuthi ke kwaba ke uphuqwa ke noma ke udicula phansi kwesithunzi somuntu udaba lolu ke oluphathelene namanzi ashisayo.
Mr. Now we're still in the solitary confinement situation. Are you saying that Mr. Sibia is getting hot water every day?
Yes, I'm saying, my Lord, he's getting hot water every day.
Thank you.
But not from the shower direct. But I had also indicated that he gets hot water from the shower. He got hot water from the kettle. He gets hot water from our taps as well. So there is provision of hot water. So, but what is very clear is that he is not denied hot water. It's just that during those days, at some stage, there's no. For that period, there's no water, but there is improvises that we're making, just like any other citizen of South Africa that will wake up in the morning, there's no water, and interventions will erupt and measures will be put in place. And in this case, I'm confidently saying that because I personally, as the area commissioner of Mkoshi Mamburu, I worked very hard to make sure that the rights of these inmates are not infringed, and that is substantiated by documents that I had attached. Hence, I was saying I want to refrain from talking to the issues of home water because I want to articulate myself deeply and clearly on those aspects if I'm given an opportunity to deal with that. So the issue of solitary confinement, I think I have done my level best to deal with that. And the other questions that the advocate is asking me, they talk too much to the home water, the ablution facility, and I'm ready to deal with that specific issue.
Yeah, okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Koza, don't rush. Rush is in Russia. In South Africa, we're taking it easy. Let me tell you what Mr. Krebeza said, Mr. Krebengu said. And that is on record. And I can tell you that is on record. He said, look, and I've just asked you, are you saying that Mr. Sibia is getting water every day? And then you said, yes. Mr. Krebengu said, you know what? We only give them water when they come to court. If they don't come to court, they are using cold water. And even so, that cold water is cold water that they are preparing from kettles. But when they don't come to court, they are not entitled to cold water. I mean, to hot water. That is on record. And you are saying now today, Mr. Sibia is getting water every day. That's totally against what Mr. Krebengu said.
I think you're starting from different perspectives. That's why as I'm listening to you, you say there is a problem of water in South Africa, in other words. Are you saying that? In South African jails, to be specific.
Not all of them, my lord.
Yeah, but
But like in our case,
Yeah.
Koshimamburu, there's a problem of water which we are giving attention. And I think also, my lord, I want my response, and I want to put it on record. My response is based on the question that is being posed to me. Does the inmate get home water? I said yes every day, because there's home water every day. The home water can come from the kettle, home water can come from the tap, the home water can come from the shower. So his question is that, maybe that he was supposed to ask me, is that he does get warm water from the shower every day. Then that I can able to say no, because of the glitches that we have in. But the first question was general question, and I responded to that. My Lord, thank you.
Umbuzo ke ngibuziwe bekuwumbuzo nje na ke ingakho ke ngiphendulileke ngathi amanzi ashisayo ayatholakala noma ngaphuma ke kuyona ke shower angaphuma kuona kumpompi noma ke kulona ke igedlele uma ngabe mhlasimbe ube ngibuziwe ke ukuthi ingabe uthola amanzi ashisayo njalo nje uma ephuma kwishower ilabe ngizosho khona ukuthi cha sinazo ke inkinga esinazo ngako ke cha akawatholi njalo amanzi ashisayo aphuma kuyona ishower.
My Lord, to respond to your question whether there is a problem of water in South Africa, yes, there is water problem in South Africa, but that water issue does not affect us, and it's not the cause of that. In this case, there's glitches that I will elaborate.
Okay, glitches
that I will elaborate in detail.
Inkantolo ngibuzileke ukuthi ngabe kunenkinga yamanzini eNingizimu Afrika angeke ngithi ke lokho ke ikona ke okuyimbangela noma ke okubangela ukuthi ke sibe nesimo ke sinazo ngizothi ke sikhona ke nje ihibe ezikhona ke kodwa ke ngizokhuluma ngako lokho.
Mr. Khoza, I don't take it personal. You have mentioned at the beginning when I say, Mr. Khoza, you are not here in your personal capacity. You're here as a representative of the department, not so. So don't take it personal. But that is exactly what Mr. Klebengu said. Furthermore, Mr. Sibia said lights in that solitary confinement space, which you would want to refer as a single cell. Lights are not working. When were you last in his cell? Just to confirm if lights are working or not. When were you there?
My Lord, I want to ask again your protection that I am here,
yes,
to assist the court on various aspects that I tabled. Like now we're moving from the ablution facility, we're going to the lights. I will able to deal with those things. I have that energy to can able to deal with those things and provide the information as detailed as I can. And hence, I don't want it to be an evasive witness that should reflect as if I don't know my story. So I want to request my Lord that I presented the issue of solitary confinement, and you opened that I should able to get questions around what I presented. I had not presented anything about ablution facility, and that's how I understand the cross-examination. So my request is that I be offered an opportunity to deal with lights, to deal with ablution facilities in detail. I will cover that.
Ngizophinde ngicele futhi ke inkantolo ukuthi ke ibe nokungivikela ke manje ngoba inkantolo bishilo ukuthi ke sibhekana nodaba olulodwa ngesikhathi esodwa manje ke dlulileke manje ke udaba ke lwenzencane sesiya manje ke kuma lights ke kodwa ke lokho onke lokho ke kulombiko wami ke kubhalile phansi ngizophendula ngesikhathi bengisacabanga ukuthi manje ke besisabhekene nalolu ke udaba.
You see, Mr. Khoza, your problem is that you want things to be done your way, and that ain't going to happen. Because the reason why you're here is because of the complaint that Mr. Sibia raised. Mr. Sibia is staying in a solitary confinement. He's not staying here, there, everywhere. He's in a solitary confinement. Do you understand? So you're not here to talk about other issues that are happening elsewhere, but not in the solitary confinement. Mr. Sibia raised issues relating to the solitary confinement, and I'm going to ask you questions relating to where he stays, which is a solitary confinement. I can see, Mr. Khoza, and with due respect, that you're failing to account. I've got nothing further to ask from you.
My Lord, I deny the fact that I'm failing to account, and I think the accountability reflects on the report that is presented, which I take ownership and take responsibility. So I am here because I prioritize this court, and I prioritize that I should be able to come and give clarity as possible as I can, and I'm ready to do that. So for me, I take full accountability, and I will take a stand and take ownership and indicate whatever position I have, and also put a proper perspective. The questions that I'm asked, when last was I in the cell of, I'm the area commissioner responsible for 8,300 plus offenders. It will be killing for me and a torture to me to go to every offender. But I know for the fact that there's problems. And the problems, I have appointed officials under me that must look at those problems. And when they can't resolve those problems, they escalate the matters to me. I go to the offenders. The policy says I must visit the prison once a month, but I do that more than once. So I am in a better position to be able to account.
Okay, because you say you've prepared a report.
The second aspect that I want to deal with, my Lord, is the lack of hot water. My Lord, we don't deny that at some stages we had water, we did not have a problem. And in my report, I had indicated as well that this water problem is not the fact that we're ignoring it and we're not giving it attention.
Mangizodlulela ke kulona udaba lwamanzi zovuma ukuthi ke yebo kunesikhathi la khona ke amanzi ake abakhona ke noma sike sabanawo ngizovuma ukuthi yebo ke khona ke intshalelo ekhona ke ngalo udaba lwamanzi hayi ukuthi ke udaba lolu olunganakiwe.
So my Lord, we had engaged, like in our case, in government spheres. After realizing this problem, CMAX was renovated, and it was renovated from 2016 up until 2018.
Bekukhona ke ukulungiswa bekukhona ke khona ke CMAX from 2014
2016 to 2018.
Ukusuka ngaye ke u2016 kuyofika ke ngo2018.
And as it was renovated, later it was opened in 2020, and they installed the solar panels to supply water from that. They didn't use geysers.
Because emuva kwalokho ke wazovula ke khona CMAX ngo2020 emuva ukuthi sekulungisiwe abakwenzeleke ukuthi manje abafakanga amagiza labo kodwa basebefaka ama solar.
So those solars, because of the usage, they could not last long. So, and they are the ones that are causing a problem for us. Last time when we were here, we attended to the problem.
Lawo masola ke akwazanga ukuthi angasetshenziswa ke isikhathi eside iwona ke asinikezeke inkinga ke zawo amanzi ngesikhathi ke sigcina ke ukuba lana ke sakhuluma ke ngalo udaba lolu.
So, my lord, we fixed that, and we spent about 49,441.
Imali 49,441,000 imali esetshenzisiwe ke ukuthi ke kulungiswe kona lokho.
Unfortunately, it was a temporary solution. It did not last long.
Ngeshwa ke lokho ke bekuyisixazululo njena ke sesikhashana ke akusiyona ke into ukuthi ke ithathe isikhathi eside.
So after that, I registered the matter with our facilities. They came and assessed, and I had instructed that we remove the solars and replace them with the normal geysers. And we sought the quotations from the suppliers following the government procurement procedures.
Emuva kwalokho ke sengibiza ke abantu ukuthi ke bazobheka ke bazobuka ke bese kuthi emuva kwalokho ke ayakhishwa ke wona amasola lawo bese kufaka wona ke amagiza nokuthi ke baze futhi ke bazobheka ke phecelezi lokhu okubizwa ukuthi ke ama quotation basho ke ukuthi ke kuzobiza malini ke konke lokho kulandelwa zona ke inhlelo zikahulumeni.
My lord, looking at the agency of the matter and the manner in which we are inconvenienced, and it's not only the offenders that are inconvenienced. We went on to the process of, instead of going and advertise a tender, we decided to ask 3 quotations in order to speed up the process.
Ngoba ke akuzona zodwa iziboshwa ke phatheke kabi ke udaba lolu ke ukuthi ke sihambe ke manje siyokhipha ke itender esikwenzile ke ukuthi ke siqhathanise ama quotations amathathu ukuthi ke lokhu ke nje kusheshe.
While we are sourcing those quotations, unfortunately, my lord, only 2 suppliers responded with quotation.
Ngeshwa ke kulabo abathathu ke esicela kubona ama quotation babili kuphela ke ababuyela kuthina.
Again, that this matter is urgent. We realize that we are struggling to get the 3rd quotation, and our procurement policy dictates that we must able to have 3 quotations. And now, because we are stuck by the fact that we can't get 3 quotations, we process the matter to our delegated authority, which is the Chief Financial Officer, to give us approval to go ahead with the procurement of the services of a supplier that will install the geysers there. And in that case, we ended up, because we were desperate, submitting 2 quotations to our head office.
Ngoba ke inhlelo ke zikahulumeni noma kukulindeleke ukuthi ke sithola ama quotations amathathu ngoba ke manje sekuyinkinga ukuthi sithole ke eyesithathu sase sendlulisa lana ke amabili ke esinawo kuyena ke lowo ophethe ezeyimali uChief Financial Officer ukuthi ke kubhekwe wona ke lawo amabili ama quotations esiwatholile.
And that on its own was processed, and everyone on the document I attached on my submission, it went to my supervisor at the regional office. It's a memorandum that refers to the request from the Chief Financial Officer to fund the emergency repair of hot water supply system at SABC. So everyone on the route recommended the memorandum, including the people that are specialists in finance. They recommended the submission. There's also the specialist in our head office facilities. There's a director who also did not have the only problem started when it reaches the level of a deputy commissioner facilities, Mr. Kobad, who says that we need to get 3 quotations. He says the request is supported on condition that a 3rd quotation is sourced. Then out of that, everyone from there except the Deputy Commissioner, Acting Chief Deputy Commissioner, who said recommended with amendments in line with the DC financial comment. So, and as a result, the delegated authority said that not approved, 3 quotations to be sourced. That was on the 14th of July, 2026. And I can report to my Lord that to substantiate that we have done something, this memo has been en route from the regional office, and I had made a submission around June, middle of June. It went to the regional office, and the regional office compiled the memo around the 2nd of July. I got the feedback yesterday from our regional office on the very same attached memo. But on that one, I want to also to indicate that we are attending to the matter, and unfortunately the procurement processes are the ones that are failing us. And after we got this memo, we went again to the suppliers to go and get the 3rd quotation. We are currently working on it. But
bona bonke ke abantu endlule kubona bavumeleke bahambisana ke nako lokho kubhaliwe ingqinamba ke izofika manje egcineni ke ku Deputy Commissioner ukuba uyena ke oye wanqaba ke ukuthi ke angeke ke aqhubekeke ngaloku uma ngaba i-quotation yesithathu ingekho. Impendulo sithole izolo ke ingakho ke manje sesibuyele futhi ke emuva ukuthi ke manje sithole eyesithathu sibuyele kuona ama supply ukuthi sithole ke i-quotation yesithathu, kodwa ngaso sonke nje isikhathi ke bebevumelana ke nako lokho ukuthi singaqhubeka ke ngalama quotation amabili, kodwa egcineni ke bayinqaba bathi cha fanele ukuthi abe mathathu.
And I can confirm that I spoke to my supervisor this morning, who is the Regional Commissioner of Gauteng. He indicated that he is busy engaging the Chief Financial Officer. They said upon receiving this this quotation, the 3rd quotation, we should process that immediately so that they can give us approval to procure the service of a supplier to deal with that matter. So in that, I want to emphasize that we are working very hard to make sure that this problem is resolved, not temporarily, forever.
Ngikhulumile ke ekseni ke namhlanje ke naloyo ongiphethe washo ke ukuthi ke uma ngabe nje sekutholakala ke leyesithathu ke i-quotation uzokhuluma ke nalowo ophethe imali baqinisekise ke ukuthi ke kuyaqhutshekwa ke ngingasho ke ukuthi ke senza ke konke ukuthi ke udaba lolu ke luxazululwe, hayi ukuthi luxazululwe okwesikhashana, kodwa nje kube ke ukuthi ke isixazululo leso ekuyisona.
And I want also to indicate that this glitch that I refer to is not affecting the entire CMEX. There's areas where there is warm water.
Ngiyafuna ke ukuthi ngikusho lokho ukuthi ke lokhu engikhulume ngako ukuthi ke akusiyona ke iCMEX yonke, azikhona ke indawo ke la khona amanzi ashisayo akhona banawo khona.
So to respect the human dignity of these offenders, we make sure that we have water that is boiled in our kitchen, and the water is distributed to the inmates. And we also make sure that they get the warm water by availing those boiled water from the kettles. We are also in the process of procuring the ends so that we can able to avail the water. So I want also to indicate that we shall never ever deliberately make those limitations and infringe the rights of our inmates and contravene our act deliberately. And these are the glitches, but I can assure the court that these matters are receiving attention. And there was an issue that is raised that in local is a new glitch, the new problem that has erupted. It is not having even 2-3 weeks. It's a fresh one. And there, the problem is the boiler. And we are also attending to that. That also is affected by the prolonged procurement processes. The supplier was on board. He took some of the parts of that boiler. He's busy working on that. So, and yesterday they promised that they will attend to that and give it the necessary attention. And even there at local, when Tanzi is, temporary interventions and measures are taken to make sure that at least when they want to bath, they bath with warm water. And at maximum, there's no water problem. That's to show that our problems are not everywhere, and we are not blessing these problems. The problems are there and there, and we are attending to them. So, and I want also to say that we're not taking it that they are inmates, let them bath with cold water. That is not what we want. We want to make sure that they are treated humanly and they are treated with dignity. So I want also to indicate that even this morning, one of these inmates was given warm water from the kettle and he refused. So deliberately that he should be able to frustrate this court and also hold this court at ransom, alleging that they are not receiving attention. I can also indicate, my lord, that I've got dedicated officials that understand their purpose, that knows why they are there. And I always make sure that I give the necessary support and also provide a visit and to can able to make sure that these inmates has receive human treatment and they are incarcerated. And we're imposing the sentence so that these offenders are serving their sentences. So with regard to the issue of cold water or access to warm water, I want to pause there and leave it that and open for any question, my lord.
Are you saying out of one of the inmates refused to use hot water today in the morning?
In the morning, my lord, yes.
He's not in this court.
Sir.
He is in this
You
court.
don't have to mention him.
He is in this court.
There's an inmate who is in this court refused the utilization of warm water.
Yes, my lord.
And how did he fare? He just splashed himself with whatever.
I did not get
I see.
the details on that, but Mr. Kebengu is here to can able to elaborate on that.
Okay. Umnumzana uGqebengu ukhona ke lana ngoba isiboshwe sisodwa ke basola laba abala phambi kwale nkantolo unqabileke uma ngabe inikezwa amanzi ashisayo ke ekseni namhlanje.
Yes.
So, my lord, I want to submit that these are temporary situations, and even us that were law-abiding citizens that has not been sentenced, we also sometimes get those glitches and we improvise. So, but in this case, knowing that they are incarcerated, they don't have other measures to can able to do that by themselves. We're doing that for them, and I want to commit myself that we'll continue to do that and make sure that they do get the water. But I want also to reiterate that these inmates are using all these lame excuses to deter this court from progressing. And most of them, the information that is provided is not true, is false. So, and us that are working there, we are trying our level best. And I take it upon myself that I'm not going to allow these inmates to take control and do as they want before this court. And hence I cancelled everything that I was doing. I said, let me come and give the court a proper perspective and indicate that these are not permanent solutions. And that in their case as well, we try our level best, and we know what is expected from us.
Lezi ke hibe njena ke zesikhashana ixazululo zotholakala ke kukona konke ke lokhu nathi ke nanjengabantu ke abangayizona iziboshwa izinto esihlangabezana nazo ke lezi utholeke indlela ke zokuthi ke ukulungiseke lokho. Ngiyafuna ke nokusho ukuthi ke ezinye zezinto ke abasola phambi kwale nkantolo abayikhulumayo akulona iqiniso ngisho futhi ke nokuthi ke izinto abakwenzayo ke noma lokhu ke abezanako bakutshela inkantolo ke ukuthi njena ke libaziseke yona ke inkantolo lena ukuthi ke ingaqhubeki ke angeke ke ngikuvumeleke lokho ingakho ke ngishiye phansi konke ebengikwenza ngathi angize la enkantolo ngizophendula ke kona konke lokho.
My Lord, it's also not surprising that what my Lord has mentioned and denied by Advocate Munisi, that this offender, one offender indicated that he will refuse to come to court. And that is directly what their intentions are. And they use us as an excuse for us to delay progress from this matter. But
okay, just a moment. Kuyiqiniso okushiwe inkantolo kwaphikwa uyena ke uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi ke omunye wabasolwa uthe angeke ezeke enkantolo uzohlala angeze enkantolo impela ke ikona ke lokho isifiso sako noma ke abafuna ke ukwenza nokuthi basebenzise thina ke ukuthi ke kwenzeke noma bakwenze lokho.
And I think, my Lord, to you that assertion, that statement, that also displays the behavior of these inmates and their conduct. And I think previously as well in this court there was a fight that erupted in this court. These offenders, they wanted us to treat them with special.
Objection. What is the relevance of a fight that ever...
Let the witness talk, please. You will have your chance to talk. Let him say whatever he wants to say.
No, but it's being irrelevant, my Lord, because he's here to come...
So. Otherwise I wouldn't be in this court.
Let
we are not sitting.
Let me explain, my Lord, how irrelevant he is. And the court is allowing that to happen.
Let the witness say whatever he wants to say.
Whatever that he wants to say.
Then he can stand up and say he was lying, he's irrelevant or whatever. But let him say whatever he wants to say, please.
And my Lord, I'm not surprised by that statement you uttered that the offender says he doesn't want to come to court. So, but in principle, I wanted to indicate that we will try our level best to distance ourselves from delaying the progress of this court based on the allegations.
Kuyiqiniso ke lokho bekhulunywe inkantolo ngokuthi ke umsola yini ayishilo mayelana nongezi ke enkantolo kodwa ke sizokwenza ke konke ke esingakwenza ukuthi ke thina siyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi ke inkantolo lena iyaqhubeka.
My Lord, that's the commitment that we put in before this court that this matter of water is going to be resolved and is getting attention, and we will work very hard on it. Let me conclude at that.
Angiqedelele ngokusho ke ukuthi ke udaba lolu lwamanzi ke into nje yesikhashana sizoqinisekisa ke ukuthi ngempela ke ukuthi siyasithola ke isixazululo.
What about the lights?
The lights, my Lord, is that I heard about it this morning, but obviously, in one cell, if there's a problem, that problem must be reported to the unit manager. This offender who says he had a problem with the light, he has not reported that. And I can assure the lights, if it's not a major issue, we fix the lights immediately because I have got qualified electricians around there. And we have just procured the necessary bulbs that are available there. So that on its own as well is a statement that is malicious, uttered by this offender to be able to derail progress of this court. And if there's a problem with that light, the bulb cannot be fixed. Because we've got too many cells, CMEX is not overcrowded like all other centers. We can remove that offender and take that offender to another single cell where there's light, the bulb is working. So I deny the fact that this is a challenge, that one does not even require me as the area commissioner or the head of the center. We can deal with that matter just before breakfast of any day.
Udaba lolu ke logesi udaba ke ngiluzwe namhlanje ke ekseni kodwa ke uma ngabe ukuthi ke lokho bekuyiqiniso noma kanjalo ke bekufanele ukuthi ke lo ukhona ke umuntu ekureport kuyena ke nalapho ke ngasho nje ukuthi ke nalapho ila khona ke isiboshwa sizama khona ke ukuthi njena ke akungabikho nje uqhubeka ukusho ukuthi ke akalibikanga udaba lolo akusiyona ke into edinga mina nanjengomphathi wejele noma uarea commissioner leyo ukuthi ke ilungiswe ke futhi ke nabo nje baningi abantu laphayana abawaziyo ke umsebenzi wagesi abangalungisa futhi ke esimex agcwele okufana ke kwezinye indawo uma kuukuthi ke ngempela ikhona ke inkinga isiboshwa leso singakhishwa lapho sihanjwe siyofaka kwelinye isebe.
So, unavailability of a light in a cell, my lord, it is also a security threat to my work as well, because I can't be able to see whether that offender is still there, he has not escaped or not. So, the unavailability of the light, it also disadvantage our work as correctional officials. So, and that is a priority to us, because as and when we take rounds, we want to see what is happening in there during the night, during the day.
Udaba ke lokuthi ngabikho kogesi udaba lolo ke lubeka ke engcupheni ke uvikeleka ke ngoba ke manje kufanele uma ngabe siya ke lapha nesiyobheka noma kusemini noma kusebusuku asazi ke manje noma isiboshwa leso sikusekhona lapho noma seseqile yini ke manje ke udaba ke lolo lukagesi udaba ke oluqhayi kakhulu.
So with that, my lord, I want to stop there.
So I say you can provide hot water for ablution facilities for this particular gentleman, the 5 of them. Do you have problems with other inmates? I was told there are about 750 plus inmates.
I have 8,000. I have approximately 8,000 inmates.
Right. Out of that 8,000, how many are saying they don't get water as a matter of course?
For this record and this purpose, the ones that are complaining are these ones that are complaining in court.
Other inmates, the
Other
8,000 and what have you done?
They
Have
don't
any complaints?
They don't have complaints, and they get that intervention that we are providing to them. So when there are issues, they raise the issues with the unit managers and case officers, and they are resolved there.
They say they want water, home water every day, whether they come to court or go to church, as I understand them, or whatever. They want you to provide them with warm water or hot water. Is that possible?
It's
At least the people I see in front of me.
Yeah. My lord, it's possible to provide warm water every day. The only problem is when you have got to provide warm water from the shower so that they can able to bath. And it's not almost every day, every time. So sometimes during the morning, there's warm water. So it's not a permanent issue. It's just that these offenders, they don't want to adjust and accommodate the glitches. And there's no an environment that is perfect. But I can assure my lord that we can provide warm water at any time.
Ngingayiqinisekisa lenkantolo ukuthi ke amanzi ashisayo amanzi ke angatholakala nanoma isiphi ke isikhathi ukuthi njena ke abasolwa ke laba abaphambi kwenkantolo abafunike ukuthi nje bamukeleke isimo ke lesi esikhona ke ngoba ke ayikho indawo la uzothola khona konke nje kuhamba ke ngohlelo noma ke kuhamba ngendlela ke inkantolo bifuna ukwazi ukuthi ke manje ngoba izwile ukuthi kuneyiboshwa eziwu700 ubesethu commissioner yena ke kuna 8,000 abekho ke la abakhona ndakhona uma ngabe kunenkinga bakhuluma ngayo ngaleso sikhathi leso naloyo muntu loyo ekufanele ukuthi ke bakhulume nayo ngaye kulungiswe ngaleso sikhathi leso kuba yilabo abasolwa ke laba abaphambi kwenkantolo kuyibona ke abaletha udaba ke phambi kwenkantolo noma ke abanama complaints.
And I don't know, when you're relating, you're saying it's only started, the water problem started which year? 2000 and?
It started 2024.
2024
Yeah, at CMEX.
at CMEX.
And then at local, it started around. Local started around June, middle June of the late weeks. Yeah, middle June.
2024.
2026. Yeah.
So before,
sorry.
Anand. Before 2026, let's say generally, there were no problems regarding water.
There were no problems.
And the gentleman in front of us, I think, because I took over this case in April 2025, 2023. There were no problems then.
There were no problems, my lord, as I indicated, that the problems that we had, by that time we were also utilizing public works. When there were problems, they were able to resolve. But after public works withdrew, and we could no longer get the supplier who installed the solars at CMEX. And our biggest problem is only at CMEX. But all other centers, there's no problem with warm water.
Inkinga esinayo ke ise-CMEX futhi ke le nkinga izokwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi ke uPublic Works esengaqhubekeki manje ukusebenza ke ngoba ke bekuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi uPublic Works esekhona ke uma ngabe kunenkinga babhekana nayo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And the toilets, remember, they say the toilets are not working also.
That one as well, my lord, I deny that the toilets are not working. So, and I have also dedicated plumbers that are highly qualified, that are available.
They're saying this gentleman, so one of the gentlemen at least, stays there with all the gore. Nobody takes it out or fixes it out. He sits with it the whole time there.
He's not telling the truth, because if you are staying in that single cell, if there's a problem, you must report. And in this case, I had checked with Mr. Makabengu when the advocate was presenting that this matter was never brought to our attention. And normally, in all the centers, my lord, we have handymen that are available to able to fix those things. So the ablution, the issue of the toilet, I deny that it is a problem, and that is why it did not emerge strongly yesterday as well. But it's one of those that are adding to the list to purport as if we are not existing and we are not attending to the problem.
Udaba ke lolu ke lasethola lona ke ngiyanqaba ke ukuthi nje lona ke lo udaba noma ke ikhona ke inkinga lapho sinabo ke abantu phecelezi ke lababizwa ukuthi ke go handyman nawo ke ama plumber akhona ke lapho nangesikhathi ke futhi ngihlezi ke naye umnumzana uGqebengu sibheka ke udaba lolu ngesikhathi ke uadvocate olukhuluma sathola ukuthi ke udaba lolu ke alikaze lubikwe ngakho ke ngizothi nje into nje engeziwe ke noma ke efakiwe ke ubukeke ngathi ke asikho noma ke asikwenze lokho ekufanele ukuthi sikwenze.
My lord, that on its own as well, it does not infringe the right of the offender. It also infringes the right of my officials. It also contradicts with the occupational health and safety, because my officials are expected to enter into that cell and search the offender and check whether everything is okay. And if the one toilet in the unit is not working, the smell will affect everyone in the unit. So I want to reiterate and emphasize that that is not true.
Futhi ke udaba lolu ke akusilona nje udaba ke oluzophatha kabi ke isiboshwa sona ke nalabo ke abasebenza ejele bazofanele bangeneke kusona ke kulona ke iselelo ukuthi ke nabo bazongena kanjani ke manje uma ngabe kunaleyo nkinga futhi ke angeke nje kube yinto elapho kodwa ke isearch nje yonke ngakho ke akusilona iqiniso.
That I can also repeat that means that if it is happening, the offender has not reported it, and my officials are not aware of that. But once they are aware, we can able to deal with that. So I want also to say, I have very dedicated and committed officials that can fix this thing before breakfast of any day.
Ngakusho ke lokho ukuthi ke akusilona ke udaba lolu silwazileyo ke noma ke isiboshwa ke bikileke ke ngalo ngoba uma ngeke ukuthi ke ukubikila noma ke ushilo ke lokhu udaba lolu olungalungiswa ke nje nangasiphi ke isikhathi noma ke njengaphambi nje kwe breakfast ke nangaliphi ke ilanga.
With visits, there are no problem regarding visits.
With visit, there's no problems, my lord. The issues that they are raising is that in correctional facility there's also limits. You can't have a visit like you are not incarcerated because there's influx of people that are visiting. These visits are limited, and the visit as well. You need to make sure that there is time allocated. So there's no problem with visit, and that as well, those visits, they come as a privilege, and we only cut those visits if there's an infringement and the CMC has imposed that as a sanction. There's no problem with visits.
Ukuthi ke bantu bazovakashela noma iboshwa ke izovakashela ayikho ke inkinga nalapho ukuthi njena ke kunesikhathi ke esibekwayo ke lapho angeke ke uthole nje ukuvakashelwa ke nanoma kanjani noma ukuthi ke awukho ejele kodwa ke nalapho ke uma kuukuthi ke kukhona ke isiboshwa esikwenzile lapho khona ke uCMC ezosho ke khona ukuthi iziphi ke manje inhlelo ezothi ifake noma yini ezokwenzeka noma ke ezothi ishintsheke ekuthini uzovakashelwa uma kukhona okwenzile.
And when you need to consult with a dentist or a psychologist, what is the process that must happen? You are inside, you've got psychological problems, you've got dental problems. How does one go about it to get treatment? Permanent treatment if necessary.
My lord, I will explain. Firstly, it starts with the patient, which is the inmate, must able to register that I have a pain. Then in every unit, we have dedicated professional nurses that are appointed. And once that ailment is registered, our officials will able to report. It's either they take the offender to the hospital, and we also have got dedicated clinics where these offenders can get treatment. So as a result, if that offender says, I need a dentist, the very first person that will be able to look at that is our professional nurses that are highly qualified. And call the dentist, because we don't have permanent dentists on our establishment. They come per appointment. And we've got, at CMAX, we've got dedicated rooms that are very sophisticated with good equipment to be able to deal with that. The Department of Health dispatch a dentist to come and deal with that matter. And as a result, the offender, if the tooth needs to be removed, they will remove the tooth. And if the offender needs a treatment, and if that treatment, they cannot deal with it, they will inform us that this matter requires referral to the external hospital. And thereafter, we will make an appointment with the external hospital, and we will transport the offender at our own time, our own cost, to the hospital. Unless the offender says, I want to go to my private doctor, then we also escort the offender, and the offender reimburse the state the kilometers, the transport and the guarding of that offender. But when they want us to utilize our own services, we do that free of any charge. So if they need a psychiatrist, we follow the very same process. But I can able to indicate that we are very privileged that we have a very good health system. So, and in my case as well, when I started working in Komishimaburi, I realized that these offenders were missing appointments. I put mechanisms in place that every day I must get a report of an offender that missed the specialist appointment. So we have a good relationship as well with the nearby hospitals. So no any ailment is giving us challenges. There as well, my Lord, we have good nurses, we've got good doctors, we've got good psychologists, we've got good social workers that are attending to all these matters. And I can assure you, I'm almost 5 years in Koshimambulu management area, and we're dealing with these things effectively. So.
Sinabonke odokotela abahlengikazi ke lokho ke kuqala kusona ke isiboshwe ukuthi kube yisona ke esizothi sisho-ke inkinga esinayo ila khona-ke manje sesizothathwa khona-ke sinawo-ke namagumbi alungisiwe-ke lapho ukuthi-ke isiboshwa-ke noma-ke uma ngabe umuntu engaphathekile kahle anakekelwe khona-ke uma ngabe kutholakala ukuthi kufanele ukuthi-ke manje ahambe aye kumtholampilo ongaphandle ila azohanjiswa khona-ke kodwa uma ngabe ethi yena unodokotela wakhe afisa ukuthi aye kuyena uzohanjiswa uzothi yena-ke abese eyabuyisela-ke manje noma akhokhele yena-ke uhulumeni ngokuthi ehanjisiwe waya lapho wabe futhi-ke seyabhekwa-ke khona lapho kodwa ngasho nokuthi-ke sisebenzisana kahle-ke nayo imitholampilo asikho nje akukho njena ukugula-ke engathi-ke sinenkinga nako khona laphayana eHoshimampuru kule minyaka-ke eseyifice ibe mihlanu ngikhona-ke laphayana ngathi nje indlela-ke iboshwa-ke eyihanjiswa ngayo ukuthi ziye emtholampilo usizo bayaluthola.
Just tell me, are the basins here on the ground floor? Basins. If I want to wash, for instance, is there a basin for that?
In the cell,
Yeah, here.
in court.
Yes.
Yeah, here, in cell here. The last time I entered these courts, the cells was what? When Steve Biko was still alive.
My lord, I'm not.
No, look, if I want to have a bath, you know what I'm thinking of? Instead of arguing about, hey, the water, the what, why don't we arrange, even if I have to pay for it, because I want to get rid of this case. I have to pay for it, that accused 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They should be given warm water here. They leave your facilities there. If they don't want to wash, they're fine. But they must come here and they must be given warm water to wash here. And we can start the case at 11:30 to accommodate that. Can't we do that?
My lord, I can even take them to maximum to go and shower from
No, they must be here. It must be here. So that I mustn't hear other stories.
My lord, I'm not aware of the arrangement. That we can do. It's
Just check for me. Where's the court orderly here? Just tell us. Is there a basin here, sir? I know that the female section and the male section is segregated. Is that not so? Men don't mix with women here. Is there a basin here? You're good case. There's no basin. What's that? When you want to drink water, what do? You just open the tap. Can't you arrange for that, sir? Mr. Koza, can't you arrange for
my lord, I will arrange. Like I was saying that.
there is warm water in this building? Yeah, I don't know. Because South Africa is dysfunctional, as we all know. Is there warm water in this building?
I will not know, my lord, because I
Ask the court orderly there. Is there warm water in this building, sir? No. There's no warm water.
I have warm water in other facilities other than CIMEX and local. I have warm water in Central. I have warm water in Maxima.
How far is Central from here?
So they are in one compartment. It's just the walking distance. So we can look at that. I had spoken to Ndate Mohammed, who is the acting head of Maxima. We can work on that in order to,
please, can it happen?
To kill all these.
Yeah, can it please happen? They must wash here. You must provide warm water for them to wash here, not wherever. You must transport the warm water to come here. Jesus.
My lord, the warm water from there will be cold.
How will we get it hot?
The only way that I can able is to take them to Maximum to go and shower there.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Is that possible?
It's possible, my lord.
Every day?
Up until
because even the day they're not sitting in this court, they must have warm water. The fact that you are not sitting, like tomorrow, for instance.
That will be practically impossible.
Impossible. How?
Yes.
So they can only have warm water if they sit here.
Shower.
Yeah, whatever.
They can they can get warm water from the showers as
At maximum.
At maximum.
Yeah,
which is
there's
around-
always warm water there at maximum.
At this point in time, we don't have a problem there.
So you can take them there. How far is it?
Because one of them is the at maximum. So, and I'm
Yeah, why
confident.
don't we do that?
We can do it. We can do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey. You know, other judges are sitting with cases. I'm busy here talking about how people should wash and how they should go to the toilet and what should happen to this and that and that.
No, well, my lord will look at that avenue.
No, let's do it. Mr. Khoza, let's do it. And if it is possible, even when they are not sitting, you always take them to maximum to go and wash there. Are you with me? Because I hear you want to take them there because they are coming to court, right? But they are saying, they've got broken teeth and what have you and what have you. So why don't you even do it?
My lord, those allegations are false. Some of them, I watch them on TV. They come to court not wearing jerseys and it's winter. So it is not caused by the fact that they don't shower with warm water. They get warm water. If warm water is available, but I was just saying, my lord, for the purpose of the progress of this court, when they come to this court, it's an inconvenience to take one offender from one unit, from one center prison to another prison. But for the purpose of the progress of this court, I will make sure that they go to maximum and bath, and we take them from there, we come to court. But for every day it's going to be difficult.
Kuthi lokhu kwenzeke-ke njalo njena-ke kuzoba nzima futhi-ke insolo lezi-ke nkosi enkantolo ngokuba buhlungu-ke kwamazinyo-ke asilona iqiniso ngoba-ke ngiyakubuka-ke ku-TV kuyabanda-ke kusebusika kodwa abanye babo beza enkantolo bengawagqokile noma bengawafakile amajezi futhi-ke okunye ngenxa yokuthi-ke ngifisa nje ukuthi-ke icala leli aliqhubeke ingakho ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke so bazothathwa-ke bahanjiswe khona emaximum ukuthi bayogeza khona-ke base beyasuka-ke emaximum beza la enkantolo.
But Lord, I want to emphasize that there is warm water in CMEX that we can provide. The only problem is the warm water from the shower. The warm water is there. And some of us who are here today, we did not have warm water, but we were able to boil water from the kettle, we bath, we come there. And it's an improvise that we should be able to do. And I'm saying it's something that is not going to be permanent. My request is that, my Lord, allow us to make sure that they get, and like I had indicated, that we are procuring ends so that we can able to provide water as quick as possible. But for every day for them to go to maximum, and although it will going to be very difficult for us, my Lord, but with your indulgence, I will request that we understand and accept that there is warm water in the facility. The only problem is that there is very limited water that comes from the shower.
Amanzi wona akashisayo akhona eSimex ukuthi nje inkinga ke ukuthi ke mancane ke aphuma kuyona ke ishower ngishilo ke nokuthi ke siyazama ukuthi ke sithole lokhu ke phecelezi kokubizwa ukuthi ke ama-N lokho ke nako ke ukuzothi ke kusheshiseke utholakala kwawo amanzi. Ngiyacela nje kuyona ke inkantolo ukuthi ke lokhu nje okwesikhashana ukuthi ke inkantolo isibekezeleleke kuloko.
Are there no inmates from, what do you call this other prison where you're saying they must go and have a bath at?
There is one of them here.
Hello?
There is one of them who resides there, who is incarcerated at maximum.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that these gentlemen, every day they must go and have a wash at maximum. Even if they don't come to court, we can arrange with the cell master here to house them in the cells after that. And then at 4 o'clock, 4:30, then they go away. Can't we do that?
My Lord, they have already indicated here that they don't have facilities in this court.
No, I mean at the court there. I mean the facility, what do you call it? Maximum.
Maximum, yes.
There are showers there.
There is showers, there is warm water.
Yeah, why can't they be housed in the morning, they must have their bath there. Whether they come to court or not, they must have their bath there.
My Lord, I had asked my Lord's indulgence by saying that I will not be able to do it practically, and it will be impossible to take them to shower in that center every day, even if they are not coming to court. But for the purpose of the progress of this court, I'm amenable, and I commit myself that I will, as and when they are supposed to appear to court, I will make sure that they go in. But what I will not do, because what I know, the reason why these things are raised here, they want to be transferred from CMX to Maxima. But I'm saying I will make sure that every day when they come to court, they will shower from Maxima. And the head of Maximum is here, the head of CMX is here. They hear the commitments that I'm making. And I want to put it categorically, my Lord, that let me have my Lord's indulgence that I explore only that concession when they are coming to court. And on the other days, I will give them warm water from the end or from the kettle, or from the other unit.
On the other days.
When they are not coming to court.
Anginikezwe-ke leso sikhathi noma lelo thuba-ke ukuthi-ke uma beze enkantolo yebo bazohamba-ke baye khona-ke e-maximum ngoba-ke i-head yase-maximum ikhona, head yase-CMX ikhona, engeke ngikwenzeke ngoba-ke ngiyazi ukuthi-ke yingani-ke lesicelo lesi senziwa ngoba bafuna ukhishwa khona e-CMX bahanjiswe baye khona-ke e-maximum. Kodwa-ke ngizoqinisekisa-ke, ngiyakusho lo, ngiyazibophezela la phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi-ke yebo amanzi wona-ke bazothathwa-ke baye e-maximum bayogeza khona. Kodwa-ke uma ngabe bengeze enkantolo azotholakala futhi amanzi ashisayo khona lapha e-CMX.
Yeah, maybe that compromise is the best. But they must have home water every day.
They will have warm water every day, my Lord. We promise that.
Siyakuthembisa-ke lokho amanzi ashisayo bazoba nawo-ke njalo nje.
And my Lord, the issues of access to telephone as well. So the offenders these inmates, they are also not telling the truth.
It has already passed lunchtime with 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's finish with it.
The issue of telephones, my Lord, is that they are also using that as a deterrent to stifle progress of this court. So in that document of mine, I have attached an extract of telephone calls that are made by these inmates. In fact, I was very upset when I look at that my officials are giving them an advantage, an unfair advantage against other offenders. We can go to Tuntuli. Only that period since his admission
I've got medication to go and take.
Yeah, you're excused, Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're excused.
Thank you.
You can go on, sir.
So since his admission in 2025, 0709, he already had calls, telephone calls, 68 calls that he has made. For the family, he has made 33 calls. You go to Mapisa, he was admitted 12 January 2025. Legal calls 26, family calls 17. Sibia, legal calls 24, family calls 13. And the extract of the document that I attached, let me give you an opportunity.
Okwenzekayo-ke lana uma singaya nje kudaba lolu-ke lokushaya-ke kocingo futhi-ke bengithukutheleke kulabo-ke abasebenza ejele ngalokhu ngithi-ke lapha-ke lezi iy'boshwa-ke zibona-ke ukuthi-ke babanikeza-ke ithuba ukundlula-ke ezinye iy'boshwa uma sibheka-ke yena-ke nje uNtuli ukusukela ngesikhathi-ke angena ngaso laphayana 2025-09-07 ama-calls-ke oya-ke kubameli awu-68 ama-calls aya kumndeni awu-33 uMaphisa ukusuka-ke nge-1 January 2025 ama-calls aya-ke kumameli noma kummeli awu-26 aya-ke kumndeni awu-17 bese kuthi-ke uSibiya yena-ke kusuka-ke ngazo i-12 January 2021 ama-calls aya-ke kummeli 24 awomndeni awu-13.
Yeah, we'll attend to you. Let this gentleman finish.
So, my Lord, and even in Tanzania as well, there's an extract of telephone calls that he has made And in principle, now I'm very satisfied that these offenders they are given a fair treatment to can able to do calls. So they are making calls. The only problem, my lord, is that these public phones, as much as we are well aware that telephone calls are the responsibility of telecom public phones. And public phones or any landline is no longer making business sense to telecom. But what we are trying our level best is to make sure that when there are glitches and when there is breakdown onto those phones, we call immediately and the attention is given. So it was over the past weekend, I think before the Thursday, where the phones were not working. But Mondays, weekends, they were fixed, they were able to phone, and even yesterday they were able to phone. So the issue of the cell phone, of the landlines, or of their calls is not something that is permanent, but I can able to indicate that there's never a time that the offenders are prohibited and disadvantaged from calling. And if there's no public phones that are available, if the offender registered the agency of the call, we make the offender to write the request, and on that request, we will use the government landline of the unit manager to can able to call there. And they will dial, officials will dial and check whether the person who's receiving that side is the intended person that they needed to call. And we hardly make sure that the offenders are deprived from making calls. So with that, I also submit that these are false allegations, and I have also attached the extracts of information that is there.
Nanoma ubuka ke nake uNtanzi ke ubuka nje ama calls ke awenzileke noma ke abhaliweke ngoba ke uthi ke wafakileka amaphepha ayosho wona ke ama calls abawenzile ila ozobona khona ukuthi cha iboshwa lezi ke ayinqatshelwa ke ukuthi ke zifoneke nalo udaba lolu ukuthi ke amafoni ayingasebenzi bekuyinto yangolesine kwase kuthi ke ngeweekend kwalungiswa ke ngomsombuluko amafoni ebese sebenza siyaqinisekisa ke nanoma futhi ke kukhona ke inkinga ngayo ifoni siyakwazi ke isiboshwe ukuthi ke siyabeke kusetshenziswe amafoni la kahulumeni ila ezobhalwa khona ke phansi call bese kuyabhekwa ke ngale ukuthi umuntu lo kuyena oqosha ucingo uyena impela lo ebekuhloswe ukuthi ke afonelwe yini ngakho ke udaba lamafoni ngizotsho ukuthi cha insolo lezo asilona iqiniso.
My lord, their problem is that they want to phone as and when they want, and that is our facility and our control. One problem that I know with them is that once they are leaving this court, when they go to the center, they want to call around 3-4 o'clock. And the operations of the center by that time has been minimized for security reasons. And as a result of that, they can't just call like any person that is free. Even a person that is free does not call anyway. But in our case there, we are regulating as to when to call, and more especially those that are sentenced. In fact, according to the police, they are supposed to phone only weekends. But in our case, we are very humane. We allow them to make us to can able to accommodate them. So in their case, after these sittings here, when they get to the facility, most of the time it's past 3 to 4. They want to call their lawyers that were with them here. And here as well, we allow consultations, which we are not supposed to do. But in our case, we are very reasonable and very flexible. And these offenders want to take advantage of that. And we are not going to allow that. We are not going to allow that. And they can call or go on the public phone as and when they want. There's too many offenders that also want to be doing the same. And we give them an opportunity, my lord. And when there's problems, we've got registers that they must register their complaints, and we help. Like the issue of the bank statement that Mr. Makala was involved in, we go extra mile. And even that issue at your telephone, your bank, of the bank, my lord, information that is provided to court is false. That Ntanzi has denied the services of ABSA. And the correct fact is that the two banks that Standard Bank and Capitec, that he has got accounts with, when we called them that there is your client that is available that you need to help, can you just come through, because we can't bring this offender there because he's an awaiting trial detainee and we don't have protocols to transport the offender to the bank. And even if it's an unsentenced, even there today at this court, he's transported by SAPS. So, can you come through? The one who has a problem in CIMEX, we called APSA. APSA was willing to come. And even other offenders, when there's a problem, we call FNB. So from our side, we have done what is expected, and then we made sure that the offender is assisted. So when we introduced APSA, it was after the visit of APSA. There's an extract that you will also find on my file that also indicates that on the 7th of July, APSA delegations came to our facilities to come and able to assist the one who's in maximum. So we asked them, can't you able to assist this offender probably by talking to him and transfer his account from Standard Bank or Capitec to be in APSA? And then he said, no, he doesn't want that. So the only problem is that our hands are tied. Mr. Makala, our deputy director, has went extra mile and make sure that the offenders are taken, are assisted with regards to that. So, and almost every time when these offenders has got those the problems, like issue of the bank statement that the advocate Ramusibidi was talking about, Mr. Makala is the one that assisted because they wanted that extract of a bank statement. It was obtained. So it should not be purported as if my officials are not helpful, are not helping. There's an extract of our complaint and request register there, my lord. You will see that Ntanzi has registered to request the Standard Bank for a new card. And that matter was attended, and Mr. Makala by himself indicated that the bank doesn't want to come. So, and if the bank doesn't want to come, in our case, it becomes very difficult. That's all that I can able to present, my lord, to you, that some of these offenders must understand that they are incarcerated, and then when you are incarcerated, some of the things you can't do them as you are outside. We need to beg people to can able to assist us. So we are trying our level best, my lord, and that's my submission, and I want to conclude that. And I'm certain that with the opportunity granted, I covered most of the areas that has been raised as an issue, my lord. And I want also to make use of this opportunity, my lord, to thank the court for inviting me to come and give a proper perspective about the incarceration of the inmates in our facilities. And we will want to invite more presentations if we are requested to do so, if there's such allegations that are made by ourselves. But that's my submission, my lord.
Yeah, so lastly, who do we contact in the morning? If one of the inmates doesn't come or hasn't come or has come late, to say, where's the other inmate who's supposed to be here? He's supposed to be taking a bath at such and such a place, but we don't see him. Who do we contact? Is it the other center?
My lord, seeing that I came, they used to contact my heads of the centers who was to me. Since that I personally came here, I'm saying contact me. I can't negate that responsibility, so that I must live to the promises that I'm making.
Okay, yeah.
And if there is problems, I'm available. Advocate Baloyi will attest to that. I was called yesterday, and I was willing to come, and I came today. So, and I'm available every time to can able to unblock the blockages, and the court can phone me. I'm making a promise.
Okay.
Ngenza isithembiso uma ngabe kunenkinga noma ke kufanele ukuthi ke kube nomuntu eqhunyana naye imina ke manje ngoba ngenze ithembiso la enkantolo, so kungaxhunyana nami ke uma ngabe kunenkinga ekhona.
Yeah, Mr. Baloyi. I mean, yeah, fine. You were also saying somebody's raising a hand.
Yes, his concern was that my colleague, Advocate Nis, was not around. I think we should take a long adjournment at this time.
We are adjourning because we have a witness. This says he is not ready to.
I also want to take instructions by that, from what Mr. Koza was saying.
Sitting after this, I thought.
I just want to take instructions, my lord, from what Mr. Koza was testifying about. I see we have gone through lunch hour.
Yeah, because this is an unusual court case. And the only one in South Africa where this thing happens. Only one. I asked the judges that we were meeting in Durban. I was asking, do you have these type of programs? Which I have. No. And you know the other gentleman yesterday, he saw the gentleman, he said, Musa, was doing the cat's case. Did you see him on TV? The judge. I tutored that gentleman. I tutored him. He was a magistrate. And he's one of the guys we interviewed. Then he became the chief of the magistracy after Mwepe. Then we brought him here in Joburg, but pertinently in Palm Ridge. They acted for about 5 years, that guy, under me. Musa.
I understand that, my lord. I think it should be proper that you take it.
So we are adjourning now. If you want to consult, you will consult. You take them to maximum at one time, after 3, 4. So you have about to 3 o'clock, okay?
I'm just trying to ascertain, my lord, if I've got questions to the witness, what is going to happen, yes. Since we have taken about 20 minutes or 25 minutes of the lunch.
What should we do?
We come back at after lunch adjournment.
Will you be available after lunch?
My lord, I'm available.
Okay, fine. After lunch is what time? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, then until 2 o'clock.
Said this morning regarding Capitec and how we went about. I personally, as the legal representative of Mr. Ntanzi, went about engaging with Capitec and how Mr. Commissioner Matala came to be also involved, because I'm the one who requested him to be involved. Because Capitec said Mr. Ntanzi must write a letter to them, but in the first person, not written by I, Ramusipile attorneys hereby representing Ntanzi, but I, Ntanzi, request the following. Then I did that, and they said it must be sent from the center where Ntanzi is based. And that's how Mr. Matala got to be involved, and the responses, and how the agent from Capitec in Cape Town got to be telephonically engaged with Mr. Ntanzi in the presence of Mr. Matala. So I'm not going to regurgitate that, but that did happen. And we're not saying Mr. Matala did not assist. Far from it, my lord. But with respect to Standard Bank, my lord, I hear that Mr. Commissioner Khoza says Standard Bank also was approached and they have declined to assist Mr. Ntanzi, but we are not told who from Standard Bank was contacted and the nature, whether it was in writing, whether it was telephonically contacted, and who that agent is. Because, my lord, this for me is a burning issue. Mr. Ntanzi is seated before this court. He's a breadwinner. Those monies are for the benefit of his family, his children. He was the sole breadwinner before his arrest in this matter. So that's a burning issue for me. The other issues that Mr. Matala, Commissioner Khoza has mentioned in general in respect of telephone calls and boiling water, warm water for bathing. Never ever did this court hear me standing up and raising those issues, even if those issues are set. They apply generally according to the accused persons to them in different respects. And I've considered Mr. Ntanzi is not in CMEX where these hot water issues are an issue. He's in remand detainee center where Mr. Commissioner says there are issues, they are intermittent, and there are measures that are taken to minimize the effect thereof. And I'm not saying at all, my lord, that the issues that are raised by the accused persons before court are minimal. I'm not in their shoes, my lord, and I don't think these accused persons will stand up before this court and make vexatious and de minimis complaints if they were not there, my lord. They've made efforts to come to this court, but they've made the court know that there are these challenges. So we shouldn't minimize those things. Those are innate human rights entrenched in the Constitution, entrenched in the regulations of the Correctional Services Act, and the Commissioner has so considered. So we shouldn't minimize those, my lord, at all. And I'm not saying because Mr. Ntanzi did not raise them, he's immune from those challenges. He's also at Koshimambu. But what I need to find out from Commissioner Khoza going forward with respect to Standard Bank, how are we going to assist Mr. Ntanzi? And I've told you, Standard Bank has previously said they wanted to terminate his account with them. So if we can get a formal communication with Standard Bank, whether that is terminated and what is the way forward, then I can report back to my client, because I'm being told as a lawyer with a power of attorney that I'm not entertained. They want to make sure that the person that they speak to is indeed in a correctional facility. So my power of attorney means nothing to the banks. That's what I've been told. So those are the issues that I have. The other issues, my lord, they are valid issues, and I'll state here in court. We can't expect accused persons to come here having bathed with cold water on a daily basis. We cannot have accused persons not having recreational time in prison. We know it's not Sun City, as they say. Rights are taken away from persons when they are arrested, but they are the bare minimums that Mr. Mnisi referred to in the morning that are innate. Whether you are a prisoner, you are a free person, they cannot be taken from you. As the court places, ma'am.
And response. Okay. Thank you very much, my lord. The assertions made by Advocate Ramusipidi, I appreciated that it is also a concedement that we are willing to help, and as Mr. Matala has done that. And thanks for that understanding. And I think, as I saw also on the document that I also, the last page of the document that I provided, and I want to apologize for not paginating that because I didn't have that much time. The last page, it also reflects on our grievance, on our complaint and request document that the Matala was personally involved. And he's a deputy director, not a commissioner, so I'm the only commissioner in Koshimampuru. So he's a deputy director responsible for corrections there. So he has assisted with regards to that. And he's the one that called Standard Bank that the Matala. And I even confirmed with him that, did you send an email or not? So he did not. So it's only telephone conversation, and I have all the reasons to believe that the Matala, because he has also put it in writing onto the complaint and request register. So the issue of us taking Ntanzi to court, to the bank, we will have to look at it and explore that further. I'm just disappointed that these blockages were never taken up with me, and I'm certain that if I was informed directly about these challenges of the breadwinner, as a breadwinner, the children are suffering, I would have went extra mile and also asked for deviation. So, but I'm disappointed that I have got to hear that through the courts, and I should look at it. But be as it may, to demonstrate the willingness to help and also to demonstrate that we are not angry with the inmates, we will explore other avenues to see how best he can able to reach the court. I will arrange that with Mr. Maswangani and other colleagues to get him to the bank, and then we will confirm.
Udaba lwakhe Mnumzana uNtanzi ke sizozama ke ngezwa ke lokusho kuyena ummeli ukuthi ke Mnumzana uNtanzi sizathole ke usizo ukuthi njena ke angiphathekile kahle ukuthi ke udaba lolu ke lokuthi ke kunengane phakathi ke ngalo udaba lolu lwemali. Uma ngabe bengitsheliwe ke ngalo, kodwa ke nalapha ngizokelekelela ke ngizokhuluma naye noMaswangani. Udaba ke lokwa Standard Bank uyena uMatlala, ngambuza ukuthi wathumela i-email noma wafona yini, washo ukuthi uyena ke owafona, kodwa ke futhi sizoqhubeka ke simsize sibone ukuthi ukuya phambili ke angasizakala kanjani uMnumzana uNtanzi.
My Lord, the issue of the cold water, I had presented very clear that we are well aware it's an inconvenience and it's affecting the inmates. We are doing all in our powers to can able to rectify the situation, and we have not demonstrated an attitude of demeaning or not demonstrating that matter is not serious. It's serious. Hence, when I was called, I came here. When I was made aware about the challenges of water, I had to pen down the request and escalate it to my superiors. So we want to confirm that we're taking it very serious, my Lord. So
udaba lwamanzi ngiyafuna ukusho ke ukuthi ke udaba ke siluthatha njengodaba oluqayi, ingakho ke ngiludluliseleke kulaba ngabangaphezulu kumina, nami ngeza la enkantolo ukuthi ke sizokhuluma ngalo ke udaba lolu, asiyona ke into esithatha kancane.
yeah, that's all.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Commissioner, I will not have many questions because we have considered that there is the issue of water, and we are trying to make a solution as to how that can be cured. But the instructions I got from accused number 5 is that he is not fabricating the story to say the issue of taking a bath with cold water has caused him the disease of the teeth, having to suffer from his jaws, and he has been attending the hospital inside, and he has been treated by Mr. Moore, who is inside in the hospital. I'm not sure whether it's a nurse or whether it's a warder responsible for that. They know the problem he has reported, and he is being treated for that, and the cause is known at the clinic or at the hospital. It's not that he's fabricating, it's not that he's lying, what he's telling the court today. So I wanted to emphasize the impact of accused number 5 taking a cold bath during this winter that is affecting him, not only physically, also mentally and emotionally, to such an extent that he's unable to concentrate during the proceedings because he's on the medication that he's supposed to take, that he's supposed to live with, that is caused by this cold water that is given every day. Thank you, my Lord. Those are my submissions.
Ngifisa nje ukuthi ke ngigcizelele ngisho ukuthi ke umsolo wesihlanu uyasho ukuthi ke akusuka ukuthi uqamba amanga ukuthi ke ngempela ke udaba lolu lwamanzi ke abandayo ukuthi ke luyachaphazela ke ngokwasemqondweni ngokwasempilweni ke nokuthi futhi ke udaba lolu ke lwezinyo ke akusiyona ke into aqamba amanga ngayo, kodwa ngempela ke ukuthi ke ukhona ke futhi nosizo alithola khona ke ngaphakathi. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke advocate uthe umore uyena ke umuntu owamsiza khona lapha ya ejele.
My Lord, in response to the utterance of Advocate Moshololo, I'm also happy that she has the understanding that we are giving the issue of water, cold water, and attention, and the indulgence is understood. Mr. Murray is one of the dedicated officials that I'm saying, the very committed and dedicated officials. He's a manager in the nursing department in our facilities. So I don't want to dispute the cause of the toothache, because I'm not qualified to do so, and I take it as a statement. I will go and look at the records together with my colleagues at our facilities, and I will also go and make sure that we look at the type of the medication that he receives that makes him not to be unwell to attend the court. I will speak to our medical doctor to can able to look at that and see how best we can able to help with regard to that. So, and also avoid that this situation becomes permanent and derail the progress of this court. So, in that we are committing ourselves to can able to look at that. So,
angeke ke ngiphikisane ke nesizathu sokuthi ke kungani ke enezinyo elibhlungu ke ukuthi nje ngizohamba nguyena ke ungoti kuloko, kodwa ke ngizohamba ke ngiyobheka ama record ngibheke ke kanye nayo ke medication ayisebenzisayo bese ngikhuluma nabo ke ozakwethu. Ngiyabonga ke futhi nakuloko akushilo ke yena ke uadvocate Mshololo ngesikhathi ke enza izethulo zakhe.
My Lord, I will also refer accused 5 to our specialist in our facilities to can able to deal with the issue of the mental health that is alleged to be a hindrance and stifling progress of this court. So we will attend to that.
Okunye futhi engizokwenza ukuthi ke ngihlanganiseke umsolo wesihlanu ke nabanye ongoti ke noma umunye wongoti kodokotela ke abasebenza ke ngengqondo ke nanjema kushiwa ukuthi ke lokho ke kuyinto emphazamisayo ke ukuthi ke ahlale ke elandela ke ngokuphelele okwenzekayo la enkantolo.
Okay. That's all, my lord.
That's all.
My Lord, Mr. Spear has raised his hand. May I attend to him?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the indulgence, my Lord. Mr. Spear is informing me that apparently there's a control room where the lights get lit and stuff like that. I'm unable to decipher what is happening, so I don't want to put across the court information that I'm unable to imagine. So I suggested to him that if he requested indulgence to go and explain that for himself in the box, then he can, my Lord.
Is that what the control room?
He's saying there's a control room where lights get lit and stuff like that. I'm unable to decipher what he's telling me.
Is there a joke in that room?
I don't know, my Lord.
You should know. Doesn't he tell you there's a control room in which there is a glass?
Hence I'm saying, my
lamp.
Lord, hence I'm saying to put information that will be confusing later on. I think it's best for him to go there where Mr. Koza is standing, for him to go and explain what is it that is actually wanting me to put up, because I'm unable to follow what is happening. He's trying to demonstrate that, do you understand this and this, and I don't understand anything of what is happening. So I request, if the court is amenable to that, that he should get in there, go and explain that which he was trying to explain to me himself, my Lord. But he insists that the toilets are not working, water is hot, is cold. So he cannot just come to court here and make a meal and lie before court, my Lord. But as to the system relating to the lights, I'm unable to follow what he's trying to explain. Because that's a technical thing. Right? It's
Do
not
you know
a
anything
legal
about the
thing.
control room?
Yes, my Lord. As I had already indicated, that CMAX was upgraded, so, and is one of the very few secure facilities. So CMAX has got a control room. Where
The control room?
in the control room there is screens that is fed by the cameras that are on the passages, has got intercom to can able to communicate with the inmate or the offender inside the cell, and has also the opportunity to can able to open the doors and close. So with regard to the lights and issues, they have also a DB board that also controls that situation as well.
Le control room akhuluma ngayo ke ngiyazi ukuthi ke iyona ke la ebabuka babona khona ke kwenzekayo ke kuona ke ama passage nokuthi futhi bakwazi ukuthi bakhulume nesiboshwa ke singaphakathi khona lapho noma la esivalelwe khona ke isiboshwa futhi ke ngokuphathelene nawo ke ugesi khona ke ababizwa ngokuthi ke iDV ekuyiyona ke abacontrola kuyona ke ukusebenza kwawo ugesi.
My Lord, that control room is manned by officials 24/7, 365 days.
Futhi ke kunabasebenzi balapha bejele abahlala lapho ngaso sonke isikhathi kuyona leyo control room.
That's all that I can explain with
And the lights are switched on 24 hours.
The lights are switched on 24 hours for security reasons.
Yeah, that is for security reasons.
Yes, my Lord.
Ugesi ukhanya ngaso sonke ke isikhathi ngenxa ke yezathu zokuvikeleka.
So Mfateng can't come then and say, these lights are blinding me, they must be switched off. Because there are 800 plus inmates and staff. How many compliments, how much is complement of your staff there?
My approved establishment of staff is 2,462. At this point in time, I've got 1,875 with approximately 457 vacant posts.
Si 1800 ke abasebenzi abakhona ke lapho kufanele ukuthi sibe u2400 kunekhala ke ezikhona ke ezingaba u400.
Okay. Mr. Minister says he doesn't know what is the problem there. This client is not able to explain properly to him what is the problem.
No, my Lord. I am not saying that the client is unable to explain properly.
What is he saying?
I am saying what he is trying to explain to me, it's very technical. I'm unable to put it across the court. So it will be best for him to go there and explain it to the court, not that he is unable to explain it himself.
Can't you explain it to the general? Yeah, sorry, because he is the technical person who understands everything about that prison. Are there problems in that lighting system?
There's no problems up to so far as much as I know. That lighting system is controlled by us
And it's
in
for
the control mode.
24 hours.
It's 24 hours.
You can't switch it off at a whim.
For the security reasons, we are unable to close. It depends. Like for instance, those that are maximum and those that are local, we can switch them off. So, but in most cases, the ones of CMX as well, you will correct me as well. They switch them off on request by the offender. Am I right?
There's a program. 9 o'clock is switch off. They switch on at 5 o'clock in the house.
Okay, any other thing? Unless
Kunohlelo ukuthi la khona ke ngo9 liyaqishwa ke ugesi bese kuthi ke ngo5 ke la uphinda futhi isikhanyiswa khona.
Okay, is that it? Doctor? Is that the evidence? This witness is intending to leave. So what do we name your exhibit? The report will be named what?
18.
Double Z 13.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah. So at CMX, the only record of a guy who escaped is that Mozambican guy.
Mate, yes, that is the only one.
Yeah, I know everything about crime in South Africa. Okay, we adjourn then until tomorrow.
As it is the court, madam, before we adjourn, should start with accused number 3's case.
Oh.
I will not be able to do so, my lord, during the course of this week because there are witnesses that I had hoped to consult during school vacations. However, they were not available there's a probability that I might be able to see some either tomorrow or on Thursday, my lord. So I need to go consult them first and see how can I fuse or infuse the content of my consultation with them in accused number 3's case, my lord. So I'll suggest that you come back next week, Monday. Thank you, my lord.
Next week, Monday.
Yes, my lord.
Yes. Any
objection, madam.
any objection? Mr. Newman?
I have no objection at all.
Mr. Shoro?
No objection, my lord. However, I have missed the finality of the engagements, the deliberations we have engaged, my lord, as to what is the final order or what is the final directive as to what is going to happen to our clients regarding the issue of warm water. Now that we will not be sitting in these 3 days, including the weekend until Monday, so that we don't encounter another problem. So when we come back on Monday and we're supposed to start with the trial, people are cold, they've been given cold water, they can't concentrate.
So what do you suggest?
My lord, I will suggest that they be taken to CMEX to get warm water, as the court has also recommended, and also on the dates when they are coming to court.
My lord, I had committed earlier on that I will take them to maximum, not CMEX. Maximum.
I meant a maximum.
On the day that they will be coming to court for the warm shower, but will continue to provide warm water in the center in those days. But for the purpose of the progress of the court on the specific days of the court, they shall be taken to maximum for that shower.
Bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke kakhulukazi ke ngalamalanga beza ngawo ke inkantolo ukuthi ke bazohanjiswa ke baye khona maximum ila khona abazothola amanzi ashisayo. Ucela ke bakunisa ukuthi asibuye ngomsombuluko ngoba kusafanele ayokhuluma nofakazi ke ngaphambi kokuthi angaqala ke ukuthi ke umsholo wesithathu azokuthi ubufakazi.
Is that okay, sir?
It's okay, my lord, as long as they are provided with warm water. We're trying to avoid that problem of them being provided with Kirkley and ends if they are provided as the CMEX. It means the problem will not be resolved. Commissioner, in other words, what I'm suggesting to the court is that it means the problem we have dealt with for the entire day, it will not be resolved if we continue saying that they will be provided with water at the CMEX where they are staying, because that's the problem that has led us to these deliberations today. So if we are coming to a solution, let's come up with a new strategy which has been put on place, or it has been suggested that let them be taken to the maximum where there is warm water so that they can take a bath there, even on the days when they are not coming to court, to avoid problems.
My lord, I had articulated myself very clear and committed myself, and I even indicated that I'm not going to transfer them to maximum because this is what they want to happen. But I will take them for a shower in the morning at CMEX, at maximum. And that's what I'm going to say, to do. And I had also committed that if there is any non-compliance, I must be held accountable, I must be caught. And then I will address that. But I can also make the advocate, Mushololo, to relax, is that this matter, as I'm talking to you, is receiving attention with regard to the third quotation, and the CFO has already worked on this thing to say that it will probably before the end of the month, this temporary situation will be something of the past.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi ngempela ke bazoye maximum ila bazothola khona ke amanzi futhi ke ngiyafuna ukusho kuyena ke uadvocate Msholo ukuthi ke udaba lolu udaba ke olubhekiwe ke mhlawumbe nje ngaphambi kokuthi pheleke lenyanga lena lesi sixazululo nje nasesikhashana kuzobe sekuyinto edlulile.
Is that okay? You don't want to know who refused to have a warm bath today.
Sorry, my lord.
You don't want to know who had refused to.
No, because we're working on solutions now.
Yeah,
my
you
lord.
don't have to know, ne?
Yes, thank
But
you.
it happened. Court will agenda.
I'm excused that.